think the funniest thing about this is that all the bad.
We're going.
Oh, we're on.
We're on.
Oh, we're on right now.
This is on.
Oh, good. Good.
When you hear that, you know it's on.
Okay, because I still heard the music. I thought we were still in the lead up.
Yeah. Oh, you sat forward and fucked up your framing. So let me just fix you there for a second.
I sat forward?
There you go. You're all right.
I asked you if I was...
You were, and then you weren't.
But I didn't...
You're okay.
I didn't move.
You're okay. You know what? You're now...
That's moving now.
Now you're on a Dutch angle.
I'm a Dutch angle?
You're Dutch angling.
So I think the funniest thing that's happened all week is that I'm in voice chat with pals watching the Game of Thrones, and they're all getting fucking super mad. And then, like, we all have the little round table about how upset everyone is. And then I go on Twitter, and the first thing I see is WESTWORLD Season 3 announced.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
yeah.
Oh, today's a grand day.
Yeah.
Today is the grandest of all days.
Warning. The following program contains spoilers for the final episode of Game of Thrones.
Are we going to leave that to the end, or do we not give a shit anymore?
Or at the very least, maybe not coherent spoilers, just mumbling and grumbling.
So, by the way,
noises, occasional barks and farts.
I got pseudo caught up, so if you want to do a proper spoiler cast
just
for a little bit, I can do it at the end.
Mumblings and grumblings and proper thought collection, because the timing of these... Anyway, that's my spoiler warning.
Oh, okay.
That's also my assault warning for if you're living in your tent and enjoying your content, you may eject...
You're enjoying your consumption of product?
Yep, you may eject now. This week might not be for you, and I will do my best to give you a kind heads up that you're not going to, if you liked it, you're not going to like what I have to say.
Wooly.
So there you go.
It sounds like you're going that salty YouTuber route.
To get those clicks, yo.
Get those clicks. You know what my favorite part about that comment is? Is like, we don't work on clicks.
Dude,
we don't work on clicks.
Don't, it's not, it's whatever, you know?
They just used the Kotaku language and just transplanted it into a new situation.
So, yeah. That Game of Thrones finale happened yesterday. It sure did.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I was really surprised by?
What's that?
The hard cut montage to "It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life." Yeah. And you got to see all the best memories of seasons 1 to 4 as, you know, like all the fun things are happening and all the kids are growing up and another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. And you see the dire wolves and Joffrey.
Do you remember Joffrey?
Oh. Tom grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. And
I thought it was really crazy when Lightning turned to Jon Snow, that's right, Lightning, and said, "You know, Jon Snow, we really are the Final Fantasy 13." Oh man, oh, that's my favorite. Oh man, Lightning.
All right,
what should we call it? Lightning? Should we call it the Final Fantasy 13?
I mean, quite frankly, the coolest reveal of the entire series and IP. For that matter, the intellectual property, A Song of Ice and Fire.
Oh, yes.
Otherwise known as A Song of Cersei and Fire.
Yeah.
A Game of Thrones, A Storm of Swords, A Feast for Crows.
There's other ones in there. Clash of Kings.
A Clash of Kings.
That's the one.
An Exposure of Balls. I really was quite impressed with the introduction of a new power that dragons have.
Oh, yes?
Dragons have a new power.
Yes?
Dragons have the power to understand symbolism, dude.
Oh, man.
Did you know?
I did know that.
That's fucking sick.
I did know that.
Right? At any point, the dragon in the story can kind of like glance off frame at the plot or the script and totally understand
it's a metaphor.
The meanings of and then act accordingly. Based on the metaphors.
It's not just a space animal.
Themes.
Oh.
Dragons can attack people and themes.
That's crazy.
It's really nuts.
That's super nuts.
Imagery.
I can't believe it.
Okay. I mean, and you know, it's not even the event. You always have to break it down because the whole thing. I'm not, like I said, I don't, like, at some point I'm going to put these thoughts into a box and organize them and then do something with that. But just as it comes off the top of my head, I feel like when you look at a moment like that one in particular, and you said you didn't watch it, but you just
I'll give a slight backstory.
I don't even care what you saw.
I'll give a slight backstory for the people at home. I have been all the way off for like the whole show since season 1, and then last week after the podcast, after Wooly said all that vague shit, afterwards I was like, okay, you got to tell me what the name of the podcast means, because I don't understand. And he told me a bunch of dumbass shit, and I believe I stamped my foot and yelled, "That's fucking stupid," and left. And then some friends of mine were watching the Game of Thrones, and I decided, you know what, I'll hop in voice chat and just ask him, hey, what's going on? And then that led to that, and so I heard about the second to last episode, then the last episode, and then said, fuck it, just tell me all the dumb bullshit. And I got told some dumb bullshit.
I'm quite proud of that podcast title.
From this series. Sorry, from this season.
Quite proud.
There is some dumb bullshit that I'm just like, but why? Just over and over. So that's where I'm at. I'm just enjoying the ride over here.
So somewhere around the 4th or 5th McQueen, you know, you are my queen. Like somewhere around there, we got the. You wait for it, and you always hear the off-screen like curse stab noise when two people are embracing.
Yeah,
and you're like, yep, there we go.
There it is. That's the dramatic way to kill a loved one.
Which is how the chat spoiled it for me last week, but it was almost like a sure.
Yeah,
of course, whatever.
That's how that's gonna happen.
So
instead of a penis,
and you get this moment where like it's like the dragon senses something is wrong because, you know, they're like fucking psychically linked.
They're space animals.
They're, you know, they're it's Aiden and Ellen Page. And it flies over and is like, what the fuck? And then
let's stop this for a second. What's that character's name from Beyond Two Souls?
Aiden?
No, Aiden and
Jody.
There.
Yeah.
It's tough to remember.
Oof. Anyway,
it's powerful.
Well, I just the moment happens, and then the dragon's like, "What's going on here? What is? I don't understand. I'm so upset." And you're like, "Yeah, you should be. That makes perfect sense." And then it breathes in. And I'm like, "Oh, is it gonna breathe fire on him? But because he's a Targaryen, it's not gonna do anything." And then I don't know, or is he gonna yell at the dragon again? Because yelling at dragons is a thing that you do from time to time. I don't know, whatever. And then like it just kind of goes rah! And then it breathes all the fire and it gets mad. And I was like, okay, well, it's going to torch everything because it's super pissed off.
Yeah, it's really upset.
But then it doesn't torch everything. It specifically targets the Iron Throne and melts it.
And understands this was the
chair!
problem.
And she never got to sit on the chair, which I'm like, they're not going to let her sit on it. They're going to do the thing where she never gets to. And of course they do. But it's like, it literally just targets the chair, like, you know, and you're like...
I can understand that this human social construct is actually the problem.
And I mean,
despite that human social construct being represented as a singular item.
And let's just package a fact for you.
Oh, okay.
And that's the fact that the chair was created by the largest dragon that ever lived.
Yeah.
For over a century, breathing fire on it for 49 days straight.
Yeah.
And just package that and throw it out because it doesn't matter, right? It's irrelevant that a newborn that's been a couple years old just melted it in a couple seconds because whatever.
Wooly.
It's not even. It's book content. It's not even.
Wooly, he's really mad.
But it's book content. It's book content. But then it's like, except for the scene where like Littlefinger and Varys are sitting down talking about how it went down. And they mentioned exactly that fact.
Wooly, he was really mad.
Which was also one of those moments where you have those two conversing in the early seasons in season 1. And you're like, remember when you thought the show was going to be about the secret power struggles of these two guys behind the scenes?
Yes, I did.
Right? And then you get that fucking awesome quote where they're like, if everything goes, like if things fall apart and the realm, blah. If the realm collapses, it'll be chaos.
Yeah.
And then Littlefinger's like, chaos is a ladder. And then you get that like that whole thing. You're like, yeah. Well, it turns out chaos is a ramp.
Yeah.
Because there's a wheelchair accessible. That's besides the point. The dragon targets the fucking chair. And it just melts it. And then you're like, okay, I guess. And it just...
We need a new chair. Who has a new chair?
Let's look to the past. Let's check out the catalog of designs from the past. Man, yeah. So here's the thing, right? What this episode actually did was match my expectations, which were incredibly low. And it managed to just, like, it goes, we got to wrap things up with a bow.
Yeah.
So let's wrap it up with a bow, right?
Yeah.
And
boy, some of those wrap-ups seem knee-jerk to me.
Well, it's just, I mean, you have to kind of take the part of your heart which goes, you need to solve this list of like 80 things in 120 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Or excuse me, 80 minutes.
Yeah.
And you kind of have that you kind of have that, and then it starts, and then like you're like, okay, we're walking, and people are going to be walking for a while, and you know what? Like, we're not going to get around to wrapping up any of this because the more steps that Tyrion gets on his Fitbit, and the more Jon walks around and looks around with the 1,000-yard stare, the less we're going to get done. But, you're trying to build up the fact that there's shitty feelings about what happened.
I have a feeling that they got to the end of it and wrote their big plot points and went, there are two characters in particular where they went, we don't know where to put them. We don't know where they should go or do or be or anything. So let's just pick them up off the tabletop map and just go, he's here now.
I mean, Bronn, we've soft confirmed he exists out of fan popularity.
Yeah.
He won the Kakashi
minor
polls,
character.
and his scenes exist because people are happy to see Bronn.
Yeah.
And he's the master of coins, so badum loves money, get it? Right?
There's no connection between those two things.
They made time for punchlines in a moment where every second counts for your wrap up, and it's like there's a moment where fucking Edmure stands up when they're like, we gotta pick a king, and he stands up and is like, I would like to, and they spend at least a minute maybe on this joke of this character from the past that you've completely forgotten about, just being like completely worthless, and then eventually everyone goes, sit down, and then he hits his sword and it's all awkward, and you hear like a kind of trombone in the back almost go off because it's such a fart moment, and you're like, we could have taken a moment to properly find out what's going on with Yara and the Ironborn and what she feels about how Dany did things and so on, but let's not do that. Let's just gloss right over that. Let's not even, whatever. Anyway, there's just the weird thing that I'm seeing is the argument seems to be, I'm really disappointed versus it's not that bad. It was like the weird, like, because there's always a defense force. There's always a group of people that like it and want to like it, right? But the stance, like, it always shows to me how bad something has gotten when the people who still like it overall have retreated to, it's fine, it's not as bad as you say it is, it's just fine, just don't freak out, it's not that bad, it's not a loss, it's a draw game. Yeah, we just ran the clock. We'll just agree to disagree that it's okay. Which is how you felt when the first season started with those ice zombies and then ended with those fire dragons, and the whole Song of Ice or Fire fucking thing was going down because it was so tightly fucking writ. and understood, and the characters and everything was happening in such a coherent way, and it was entertaining. I remember how excited you were. Is that how excited you feel now?
No. Well,
that
yes,
you got
but
draw game?
Yes, but because I'm an asshole.
Look, man, the show, because we've been with it for so long, you feel things for these characters, and you're not going to escape them, you know? And, like, when I see things like the way they dealt with Arya, and, like, she goes off literally on the boat into the horizon for new journeys or whatever. Spin-off. It's like, well, but that to me is like, you know what? Fine, take it. That's your hero's ending, right? We've said it a couple times. Hero returns home. Why? Right? After the journey, can't quite fit in anymore because
they've been changed by the journey.
Thus, they're no longer able to. So they move, whatever.
Yeah.
We know it. That's totally fine. So her thing is, we don't know what's going on the map over there. Let's go figure that shit out, right? And you look at the actual map, by the way, and it's 2 continents, right? And like Westeros is like, imagine if the whole story was taking place in Florida.
Yeah.
And occasionally we sail over to like Cuba and like maybe one of those Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
And then we just fucking call it, you know? And
this is the whole world.
But like the map just goes in all directions. And I remember making jokes about like Ulthos like years ago or whatever, when there's like this entire crazy like African continent thing that they don't know anything about.
Yeah. Who knows what's going on over
No
there?
one knows what's north of north.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And no one even bothered getting on a boat and heading the other way. So like whatever. Anyway, I thought that was fine. I thought that was a nice way to deal with her and whatnot. And what the fuck else is she gonna do? You know? But when it just comes down to like, and the other thing too is like we've been saying it over and over, but like everyone that worked on this show that was not the writers, right? D&D, who are currently, I've caught reference to
hibernation.
People are currently calling them Dumb and Dumber, which is yikes. I'll say this, man. Everyone that worked on this show is pulling their weight. Actors are absolutely doing their best. They're performing. They're doing what they can. Like everyone that's behind like CG and like cinematography, and
the only person,
everyone's doing it. Maybe not the water bottle people.
Maybe not them.
Maybe not.
Or whoever's supposed to take a quick look over at the set and go, "Hey, get that wristwatch and that water bottle and that car out of the background."
I think, with the exception of those folks, the prop people doing that stuff,
I can't believe it.
And you know what?
Again.
And you know what?
Believe.
God bless even the CG people when they don't have time. And when they see the internet reacting, and when HBO producers hear about how mad people are about the good boy not getting his pats, getting his head pats, they get to reach back to season 4 and grab a clip of Jon Snow petting his dog and put it in the finale.
Shut up. That's not how that happened, is it?
There is currently more investigation is required, but there's a screenshot circling around, and we need to find out if it's real or not. But it seems to be the exact shot of Jon Snow petting his dog from season 4, except that the dog is now modeled, updated with its ear missing, and it's darker.
People are saying that ain't real.
Is that not real?
That's not.
Is that real? No, it's
Oh,
okay. All right. Well then, fine.
Let's do more research.
I'll take the blow up.
That's fine.
I remember when he saw him pet the dog, and I was like, did they add that last night?
Yeah.
Because, man, people were really mad, and I was really mad that you didn't let him do it. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. If that's confirmed fake, then I will gladly.
Oh, okay.
I'll take that.
Everybody's doing a good job. You know what's really funny? That all these really super good actors, when are asked about, there are now so many clips of what I want to say almost every actor on that cast being asked, "Hey, how was the final?" And they all go, we have the one with Daenerys' actor.
It's now down to there's now 30 clips by the way.
Going like,
There's now 30.
We have Jamie's actor going, "Yes, I was a big fan of that." We have a fucking Peter Dinklage looking like a fucking hostage.
Dude, my Twitter's been logging every single one of them for
Like-
a while now, and then it even extends into there's ones where there's no video for it. It's just articles of Varys and Euron Greyjoy talking about their characters being like multi-dimensional in previous seasons, and like everyone, whether it's in written, print, or in like video interviews, are like, it's all out there. The entire cast
It's
is
totally
just fucking
fascinating
done.
to me.
By the way,
because-
if that wolf thing is fake, if the chat's saying that and you have proof of that, please tweet it to me so I can confirm that for sure, because there's people saying it's not fake.
It's fascinating to me
Let's get to the
because
bottom of
we've
it.
seen a lot of movies and we've seen a lot of TV shows disintegrate, but I've never seen like the whole cast just start to crawl away from it.
This is what I've been saying for the last 2 weeks now, but this is unprecedented because the crawl happened before it ended.
Yeah. It's like it was mid-season when people started to go, ha, ha, ha,
You know, and I mean the thing with a season is that takes a month and a half to get through,
but it's done.
It's not like a movie release where it drops and then you have a bad weekend and then you go woof a month later. Like, everyone had a solid month and a half of like, what is going on? But it was really the last 3 weeks in particular.
No.
And like, yeah, and that's also when the press junket is flying high,
Because it's the end.
and it's also when the interviews that were being done in advance were being like drip
We're gonna shoot this episode. We're gonna shoot this interview 3 months ago before it, and we're gonna air the interview. This is gonna be in between
3
5
and
and
4.
6
Yeah.
or whatever the fuck.
Exactly.
So remember during the interview that
when to where to what
Yeah.
to what, right?
and then they've already and this is probably a couple months after they shot it, and they're just like, ah. So this means the interviews that we see of them going or right are like way in advance of even the whole season airing.
Oh yeah.
So they all felt it.
And you can tell just looking at them, like, okay, does Kit have his short hair and mustache, right, and shaven beard? This is post.
Yes.
Is Amelia like cut hair and like
Got brown hair now,
right
I
back
think?
to normal? Yeah. Then it's all in post. You know the deal. The powers originally a fast travel that were earlier described have now been updated to the point where you are fast traveling from not just like location to location across the map, but like checkpoints within the city. And Grey Worm at one point pulls a Watson from the fucking creepy Sherlock Holmes game.
Just appears in different rooms.
The episode starts with Jon Snow and Tyrion walking down a road, and like they're just all glassy-eyed at all the bullshit that happened, and they walk by. Jon Snow walks by Grey Worm wrongfully executing prisoners of war.
Great.
And they get into a little tiff over it.
Sure.
And then Jon walks on because they're like, well, take it up with the Queen, and then he walks all the way through the very nicely shot armies all standing and like he walks up to the recently repopulated armies of the Unsullied and the Dothraki,
who apparently
were super dead and then forgot to be dead, so now they're back because in between weeks of episodes, Danny's been mashing that Dothraki unit button to training. Unit ready, training.
So I spoke
unit
to,
ready,
I
training.
spoke to a friend of
unit
mine
ready.
who was literally saying that in the after episode like interview with D&D, they're like, I can't believe we just saw the end of those armies and they're all gone, only for them to just reappear in their totality later.
Well, the Dothraki forgot that they died. You see,
okay, well, that's a power.
and the Unsullied forgot that they were sacrificed to keep the retreat going and to light the moats.
Okay.
So, you know. But anyway, and then further sacrificed in the actual battle on.
So double.
Yeah.
They came back twice.
They like, dude, the respawn button is just like pop, 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 pop. It was nuts. Reinforcements have arrived. It is, yeah. But it was nicely framed, and they were like lining the streets, and Jon walks past them and past the horses, past the army,
the whole thing,
all the way up these really long stairs up to where she waits.
Yeah.
And suddenly Grey Worm is right next to her.
In front of them.
In front of him.
Despite the fact that they walk there in a straight line.
The same stride. So, like, they walk away from him slitting throats. So unless he immediately turns around and just hoofs it.
Got on a horse. Right?
No, gets on Drogon.
Okay, and flew over that, but it's a straight line, right?
Yeah.
So there's no faster way that they wouldn't have seen. So he would have had to get on a horse and then gone like in a semicircle.
I promise what you didn't see, just like those bottles, what you didn't see was the moment the camera cut to them on the stairs, you missed the part where Grey Worm was standing T-post for like a half second, and then he goes into his regular stance. You missed it, but it was there, I promise you.
Okay.
Look, man.
This sounds great.
It was wow,
This sounds great.
And I guess like I really do want to emphasize the fact that like you can see it trying to tie the bow.
Yeah.
Right? You can see it trying to find
gnarled,
the loose ends.
mangled fingers.
Yeah. It's using its really decrepit fingers to take the bow and just do a little bunny ear and call it a day. But it has these moments where, like, you have a beautiful shot of, like, the dragon covered in snow.
I've seen that. It looks really cool.
But it's not snow because it's not actually snowing. It's supposed to be ash.
But ash isn't white.
Right. And the vision of, like, when you see them walking earlier in the scene, you see them walking through ash, right? Because the city's all fucking roasted.
Yeah.
But by the time they pull up there, it doesn't look like ash. It looks like hard white snow flaking down.
Yeah.
And you're like, is it winter still? I thought you killed winter. It's not a big deal, but it's just unclear. And the way the soldiers are standing on it, it clearly looks like snow. And I'm like, I guess Jon Snow is just creating a stand of snow behind him.
Listen, Wooly. I know I've used this sarcastic tone over the past month to fuck with you on story contrivances, but it started to snow so that the dragon could be covered in snow.
Yes.
And then pull out of the snow and have a cool moment.
Yeah.
Like, and the fact that like the more my sarcasm hits reality, the stupider the thing we're talking about is.
Right. So I'm willing to fully take the fact that for the sake of having beautiful cinematography, it was snow.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't make sense that it snows in one area of the city, but when you cut back to them walking in from the outside of the city, it's a bright sunny day.
Well, I mean, it's winter.
Like if it started snowing during the battle, or if it started snowing after the battle, that's fine. And if you even wanted to say that it snowed this episode, but it didn't snow last episode, because that's fine too. But why would it happen in one place?
Listen, man, like climate
I don't know.
in Westeros is all fucked
Call
up.
it crazy talk if you want, chat. I literally don't understand what I was looking at.
They're talking about my ability
That's
to
fine.
sarcastically whatever.
That's fine.
But like, I have a different question. Wouldn't a being that breathes fire
Not a big deal either way.
radiate just a shit ton of heat? Would that thing even be able to fucking be under snow?
No, because magic.
Oh, it's magic fire?
Dragon fire is better than real fire.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, dragon fire and real fire are different.
So, I'd like to make a complaint about the show. Because after getting caught up with the broad strokes of the last season, and somebody who was looking forward to watch this show in the future, all I can think about, and I know these complaints are somewhat old because they deal with the ice people, whatever, is that they have the whole last season backwards. They did everything in the wrong order.
Are you repeating back to me the things I said
Yes.
last week?
Yes, I am.
You seem to be spending.
seem
to be using this episode to echo back to me the things I threw out 7 days ago.
Here's the thing: I didn't understand what you were talking about then. Now I do.
So when I say,
they should have done these in reverse.
So you know when I make the joke that says a song of Cersei and fire?
Yes.
Do you understand why?
I very much now know that, and that seems. And, I got walked through the events of how that got wrapped up and how stupid that is. And all I can think of is that everyone would be happy if you literally just, okay, you know how we order our YouTube playlists when it's on manual?
Yep.
You just grab the last episode and just drag it up to number 3 and then just take the second to last one and then drag it up and then it's fine. It's fine.
So a big part of the problems come from the cascading failures that arise when you deal with the real threat first.
Yeah.
Right? A large part of why 3 was so upsetting was because there's no purpose to so much of what has happened if you decide to put politics before the real problem.
Mm-hmm.
And
you know
the show expressly tells you, like I said, through characters looking at the camera and telling you, don't think about it, don't worry about it, it will bring you no pleasure to think of these things.
Mm-hmm.
They straight up say, stop thinking about everything that happened to get you here, just focus on what the fuck is happening now. And you get, like, these characters that exist entirely to warn the world about the true threat.
Yeah.
Having the true threat get killed.
What are they supposed to do?
So they have nothing left to do except bumble around. I mean, I feel like I'm just repeating it over and over again, but but this is why we have nothing for these characters to do. Their existence is kind of pointless now. And it's not to say that, like, they couldn't have some sort of resolution, but by putting this
their job is over. They did it.
Game of fucking politics, Game of Thrones, by actually making that the priority, and literally the last thing you see in the intro is the throne going up and going because it wants to show you that that's what it's all leading up to. You just undermine everything the story's been trying to yell at you for the last, I want to say 7 seasons, but it's actually more like 5.5.
As somebody who watched season 1 and read the first book, the first scene is about the problem.
Like I said,
the very first thing in the thing is about the problem.
And like, you know, and the last scene of the first season is the counter to that.
Yeah.
Right?
And also...
And don't forget, too, the fucking comet that goes by that's like, yo, that only shows up when shit's going down.
Yeah.
Right? And they don't have to play off of that too much more, but there was a relevance to this.
Well, you beat Final Fantasy X.
Sure.
Remember when you got to the final thing and you went... big ass, like, number 2 problem on the planet, done, right? Move through the dungeon. Number 1 problem in the world that should not be dealt with, done. Some fucking bug, I guess.
Yeah.
like
now,
just all that moment. I really like Final Fantasy X, but all the momentum just fucking drains out of itself.
Now, the thing is that, like, as much of a colossal fuck-up as that is, you know, the Gigabotch, the fact that you've committed to it, and we had a couple weeks to watch that play out, means that we were able to think through that and go, okay, we've decided to pick the chaos path, right? We've picked the choice. We're going down the shit road, right? Boots ankle deep in feces. Let's see where this goes. You can still steer it. Mm. And the problem is that everything after that point continues to be worse. Like, there's ways to pick the bad path but still get the better version of it. But it's like you stopped thinking about each choice after that point.
I genuinely thought that if the way, like, from what I was hearing, that the way that the story was going to end with this season was going to be a cataclysmic, world-ending loss with, like, 3 characters alive that just leave. And I feel like that would be the most downer ending ever, but it would be totally appropriate, and people would be really happy with it.
Like, there's literally hints in the book about the fact that, like, to create the sword that's strong enough to... I don't want to get into it, but to create the sword that's strong enough to fucking deal with the Night King, you gotta literally stab it through the heart of the person you love. Wildness, right? But that's not the point. The point is there's things that I get that, like, what kind of bugs me in terms of, like, the resistance, right? The defense force in this case, is when people are kind of going like, you guys are just mad because like you don't like sad endings and you're upset that like things like, oh, like Danny went bad or whatever, and you're just and it's just a really straw man way to just.
It is the worst version ever, which is because there are people who are real. I had an ex once that said Berserk was the worst thing ever.
Oh, we have a friend,
right?
That we know, same thing.
Who's just like, Berserk's the worst thing ever because I got to the anime and horrible things happened to the characters. And I felt really strongly about it.
It made me sad, thus it's bad.
So those people are real.
Yes.
But their reality does not mean that everyone who dislikes something dislikes it because bad things happen.
I have fought on the side of, you can't say that. You don't understand. I have fought on the side of people, of trying to explain to people that sad things happening doesn't equal bad media.
Yeah, sometimes it means great.
So anyone who is using that now is clearly not understanding the actual complaints,
especially when like the stuff I was just talking about doesn't seem to be an uncommon feeling of like people would have been fine with the most downer shit ever.
So here's and the fact that so one of the funny things that like me and Steph were talking about is like the overall sentiment that people like us are getting bummed out because characters we love didn't die. Right? Yeah. Literally, like, I'm like, oh, god damn it, Brienne's still alive, and now we have to watch her cry over a dude that she hooked up with instead of, like, go out like a knight.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway, so...
it would have been really cool if Tyrion was the one to kill the dragon.
So when you swerve off of the path...
That died.
So when you swerve off of the path of, like, what your priorities should be, right? Two things come to mind where I'm like, okay, fuck, we've steered off of the best ending, right?
Yeah.
We're no longer heading towards that.
Uh-oh.
So what can we do with what we have? Well, there's two things. One, the whole George R.R. Martin being a fan of Lord of the Rings thing means that, like, yeah, the wrap-up... The wrap-up is to be compared to the Scouring of the Shire, right. And it's to be meant to be like almost an afterthought after dealing with the real shit.
Yeah.
That's not the way this played out because they got equal importance, and in fact, the battle got like the Battle of Winterfell got one episode, and this build-up got the full fucking three.
Yeah.
And it like they were given equal importance and framed it as like, we won the battle, but now the final battle, and it builds it up so that the Night King didn't matter. The intro shows you the Night King's march through the wall in terms of the tiles of the floor turning to ice, and they literally just stop at Winterfell, and it's like, oops, I guess nothing mattered, no big deal, nothing, whatever. So we're off that good path, and we're on the medium to bad ending route. And you're going, all right, so two things. One, if you wanted it to be an afterthought type of moment, that's fine. And two, and this is really important, right? The idea of Daenerys Targaryen turning bad, or at the very least, becoming someone that the remaining characters do not align morally with.
Yes.
Right? Someone who is using her determination and her point of view to do what she still thinks is the right choice,
but that ideologically clashes with characters,
but is not compatible with the people that are currently her allies.
That got set up from like the first episode of the first whatever.
Right?
Of course, that's consistent.
It would be fantastic to have that happen. Right? There is absolutely nothing wrong with a version of this where she fucking completely just does her own thing at the behest of their advice and whatever. She's like, I don't care, I'm doing this my way because this is the way I see it. Yeah. Right? Blood and fire, that's how we do it. Like, there's nothing wrong with that as a chosen path.
Totally.
But you have to show how we get there, right? Similarly, and less good, you can also do it in the opposite way where you go, all right, the ending version of her has to be the Mad Queen.
Evil.
We want her to be the one that we saw on the steps, no remorse in her eyes, saying, we have to liberate Winterfell. And it's like, but we just left, we're good. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right? The person, she's like giving a speech that's basically meant to be like, we're going to fight forever. Yeah. Right? You're looking at that kind of character and you're going, we can get there, but show us how we get there.
Ideally,
and it's got to be a little bit more than my best friend's head got cut off.
Ideally, there should have been one or two instances per season that nudged it about 5%, and then the character would be 5% more unhinged.
Those happen.
Right.
And they call that out by having Tyrion literally tell you watched this happen every season.
Right.
Because she burnt someone horribly every season. It's just that the people she was burning were pretty evil people.
Yeah.
Up until now, it has not been women and children.
Sure.
So that's where you need to take the slider on her personality and go like, either the world moved or she moved, and it's fine, but you can't click it from 0 to 8. You have to slide it over. And
so you're saying the events happen, but her personality does not appear to change. It was all normal until a breaking point.
It was all good just a week ago.
Okay. That's terrible. You should have seen that character by the 6th or 7th making people freaked out because they're acting weird.
Like the breakdown, the build up to her being this fucking like ruthless existed in every season and was there. But the build up to her seeing everything that she hated with the Red Keep and Cersei, and instead breaking left to burn innocent people and target them specifically, and not go after the object of her ire, of her hatred, but to waste time sweeping through the streets to get every nook and cranny. Is that a baby back there? Is that a baby crying? Whew. All right, we got it. like literally taking extra time to burn innocent people. That person only existed when we saw her jealous at the celebration party for the Night King, where she's like, everyone loves Jon Snow, but all my friends are not. I don't have friends here.
Yeah.
And then and then 2, she gets turned down so she doesn't get the dick.
No,
right?
no dick.
No snow dick. And then 3, her friend's head gets cut off, and then we see her with the sunken eyes, where she's all like, she hasn't eaten for days, and she's super whatever. And you kind of saw that kind of like, yeah, they made it look like she was going to be this like shriveled, kind of fucked up version of herself. But she kind of goes back to being fine in the next scene. And it's not even a big deal. But they basically had 3 moments to show you she's losing her mind. And it's like, no, you don't make that jump. You know, the person you built us to is the one who would like burn everything in a straight line to Cersei.
Yeah, totally.
And if you're in her way, too fucking bad, right? And yes, even if I heard the bells, fuck her. I'm not taking prisoners, right? That's who you built up to over the season 1
so
to now.
The way that you would do this is that you have to show when you show a character go or break bad, so to speak, right? You need to, like, let's take Walter White, right? Walter doesn't jump straight to mass murder. I accidentally killed the guy. Now I gotta get rid of it. Okay, maybe I tried to kill a guy, but I didn't manage it. Okay, now I did kill someone. Now, like, there's a ramp, there's a curve here, right? So if you're talking about somebody, if you want to justify a story in which I'm just gonna burn it all down, I don't give a shit, you need at least one smaller incident where they totally break from reality and go, I'm gonna kill or burn or whatever this much smaller microcosm of the situation, right? So you need to like,
and you get those.
You get those. Okay, so
the problem is, like I said, you get those in cases where it's not morally dubious.
Okay.
Because the first
that's what I'm talking about. You need a situation where, say there's, I'm making shit up, right? But say there's some asshole that she don't like and that guy's bad, right?
Yeah.
And she burned him. He burned,
yeah.
Right? You need to have a moment where, to show that, like, let's say season 5, let's say it's starting to become a little, she's like, and his whole family too. And everybody goes, what? Why? He goes, well, cuz.
Okay, so.
And then she burns him, and everyone's like, yeah, I don't know.
So you get one of those.
Okay.
Because you get Sam's family, where they basically go, all right, his army surrenders. But like the army leader, which is the fucking the head of House Tarly, gets fucking roasted.
All right.
And then his son gets it too, and his son could have survived, but she did them both in.
Yeah.
And Tyrion was like, oh, but what about the Mercy though? And she's like, fuck them, they fought me.
Yeah.
You know. But like,
no, I'm talking people that are unrelated.
But this is it.
I'm talking like, when I say the family, I mean like grandma in the corner not doing shit. Mm-hmm. I mean, it had to be, like, you need to have moments in which everyone around the character goes, not, I don't really agree with that. That wasn't the best thing to do. they go, why did you even do that? Why? And then the response is, because fuck them. And it's like tinged with whatever, right?
And so her whole thing is anyone that chooses not to bend the knee, well, then you get it. And that's how that goes. And so it's just, it's like it's both versions of the character, whether the one we were building up to or the one we got, would have worked as long as the transition was seamless. Yeah. But you needed more time and more events to do that, / more episodes, but you also chose to cut this at 6.
Even though HBO wanted the longer season.
Yeah, and usually I'm always about that brevity, right? I'm always about that ending, you're right? But here, this is a case where they're like, I don't know, maybe they're just like, we want to get on to our thing about the Civil War not ending, or we want to get on to Star Wars, or who knows? I don't know. I can't tell you what D&D wanted, but this could have dealt with a bit more than 6, especially to get to all these places with these characters. It could have had like, not just her build up, but like John's entire fucking, like, there's so many moments where you're kind of like, we needed to see the conversation. We probably should have seen the conversation where he breaks the truth to his sisters. We probably should have seen what she was doing.
What? That never comes up?
They cut away. They cut away mid-conversation.
What? No, that's really a big deal.
They literally, it's the whole thing you've been waiting for.
Deal.
Yeah, they just hard cut.
That's stupid.
We really would have benefited from seeing what was Danny up to on the back of that dragon. Like, what was she was she crying while she was doing it? Was she just
was she fist pumping?
She had this great moment where you saw her face go off and do it, but it's almost like and then she's gone for a bit. You almost want to see how she processes the whole thing.
Yeah.
But you just hard cut to her later being like, nah, I'm already gone. It's nuts, whatever.
Because if you had, like you could soften even the ridiculous switchover if you had a shot of her on the dragon, like, muttering to herself about how they were all in on it and how, like...
burn them all, like her dad. Yeah, even then, But regardless, whatever. So, blah, right? Macro details. And you can fuck up your macro details, but then you start seeing the micro fuck-ups, and then you're like, oh, God, okay. So... we see Jaime and fucking Cersei get like,
oh, this is
splatted.
This is my favorite thing.
And you go, all right, that's how that went. And then Tyrion walks by later on and finds him, and you go, that looked so much more catastrophic when it fell on them.
It looks like
the entire ceiling collapsed.
No.
But then you find a couple of rocks.
It was just the castle aimed at them.
And you dust them aside like you're looking for dino prints. And then you just kind of see that it was maybe like 2 layers of brick, which, that could have been fine. And I was almost thinking in my head, I'm like, I would have ran into the dragon skull. I would have just hit out.
So you know what the goofiest thing about that is? I actually have been thinking about that, and I think the problem is they write Tyrion has to find them after the fucking castle collapses on them, right? But since Peter Dinklage is a tiny guy, there can only be so much actual rubble for him to remove. So it has to be just a couple bricks.
He's walking cleanly through the area they were in,
right,
with 1 layer of dust underneath his boot, and then the one spot of rubble they find is exactly where it's targeted on them, and it's like, I guess you had to have him find them, but it still doesn't make logic. You just what? But don't think about it. It's fine, right? But it's just the little things. The fucking
contrivances.
The contrivances you have to create when Grey Worm, who's now super fucking pissed at everything and everyone because the entire raison d'etre that he has is gone, and his girl's gone. And his army's here, and no one knows what the fuck. And he's like, what is any of all of this? And should be in a position to just start fucking going to war. Or at the very least, like, it doesn't make sense that he would, like, march out Tyrion and be like, you can't talk. And Tyrion's like, I'm gonna talk anyway. And he's like, okay. And then agree to the rules that these foreign people in this foreign land they've just conquered, like, are setting, to the point where they're like, we're gonna send Jon Snow to the wall and that'll be fine, and like, he's okay with that, and it's like, fine, we'll take you on your word. We're getting on this boat and we're leaving, so you could never ever confirm that you actually did what you said. But I hope you learned your lesson.
Evil
and then
person.
the Unsullied get on their boat and literally fuck off to Nath. And you're like, really? Really? You're going to hang on to this guy for 2 weeks and then drag him out here to try and do some kind of botch negotiation? You wouldn't just slit his throat immediately? The both of them, especially after you fucking found that your queen got stabbed? Like, the way he handled that made no sense in terms of just, like, where his mental state would be at and where the people would be at. Like, it would just be a fucking clusterfuck of a civil war for the throne, right? And even the fact that they're like, okay, we're going to sit and we're going to talk about it and have this little discussion.
Well, Wooly, if they had that happen, they'd need to have more episodes.
We're going to have this little discussion, and you know what? We have no time, so we got to sort it out. Everyone's going to have a little moment where we joke about voting, and then, ha, ha, ha. Okay, great. That didn't mean anything. And then, like, they go, cool, so everyone agrees we're going to do it with Bran. And I was like, yeah, it's going to be Bran. What the fuck else does he exist for, right? There's no other point to this character. And
isn't he magic?
The moment, yes, he does. He's magic. He has the Rinnegan. So the moment you see him sitting there, you're like, of course he's going to be the king. Whatever. That's fine. But when when Sansa, who is sitting there, is like, yeah, I'm going to let y'all finish, and it's cool that you want my brother to be king, but I'm going to hold the North, though, because I want it. And it's like, but there's no... your brother is the guy in charge of... You got to start in. You're in. You're like, yeah, but I want it, though.
But you just ask Bran, and he'll be like, yeah, cool.
Nah, but I want it, though.
But
I want it, though.
But...
And
take
then
like
you're
2
like,
seconds. Just ask.
And then everyone's like, okay, I guess she wants it, so she gets it. That's fine, Queen of the North. And then and then you watch as Dorne and the fucking Ironborn Yara just go, yeah, all right, yeah, that's fine. The 2 other countries, one of which has been independent longer than the North has, that are the most angry about being a part of the 7 Kingdoms, are just super fine watching one of them secede, and then the rest
absorb them.
And they're like, no, we're gonna chill, we're gonna stay. Like, it's insane to think that they would agree to that with no problem, you know? Or that fucking weirdo kid that's been sucking on his mom's milk for like till he was 12 or whatever.
That kid's around?
He's not only is he around, he's got some bass in his voice.
What?
He fucking grew up.
That's weird.
And he's sitting there laughing at everyone's expense at the voting jokes and whatnot, you know? And he's like, oh, voting is silly. And it's like, that kid.
Yeah, your mom's teddy out of your mouth.
It's wild. It's wild. So you get that kind of nonsense going on where like characters are not behaving in the way you would think they would based on where they came from.
So what you're describing is especially weird in a story in which the entire... Like, they fucking swerved to a story that was all about petty squabbles over a chair, only for everyone's pettiness to suddenly evaporate once a big event happened.
And if almost poetic, the scene that follows immediately after the one I'm describing shows you Tyrion pettily arranging chairs that are then disrupted as characters come in and ignore his placement of them. And it's almost like, again, some sort of joke moment that they were going for that didn't really land. I don't know. But they spend, again, like 3 or 4 minutes of closing Game of Thrones with Tyrion just arranging some chairs. And then they set it all up. They show you the book, and he's not in it. And Brienne writes the thing about Jaime, and that's cool. She gets to be the thing. And then it cuts out, and then it basically just shows you what I'm going to interpret as Jon going north, finding finding Ghost and seeing the wildlings, and then they go beyond the wall, and he marches into the distance with them. I'm interpreting that final shot as Jon is now the king beyond the wall. Right? Even though he technically never really lost his claim to the throne. Like, he did the thing that he was told to do, and he stabbed.
And he did it.
But he still technically got the claim, and he doesn't want it. I don't want it. he still has his claim, and Sansa really could. Sansa is basically the fucking baby, the youngest Baratheon kid going, yeah, but I want it though. I think I'd be way better at it. Is her reason to be the queen in the North versus Jon, who still is actively the king of the North, and they're just kind of letting it rock, so that's fine. What the fuck ever, man. At the end of the day, we move on, we drizzle out, and hey, Arya gets to sail into the distance, and we'll take that, I suppose. Fine.
This sounds like a big old pile of shit.
8 years, dude. 74 hours.
Don't worry. The books will come out and fix everything.
September. Hard confirmed.
What's that?
September. Apparently the books are confirmed for September.
Both?
Let me get some details on that. Not both. At least the next one. He said the other one isn't. Yeah. 6th book just got announced for September of this year.
He's full of shit. He was out there fucking last week.
Hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. Let's see if this is real. Let me Google it. I might have gotten lied to.
Everyone's laughing at you.
Chatter, did you lie to me? Did you lie to me, Chatter?
You got fucking.
I think I got
sniped, man.
I got by fucking Eye Patch Wolf. I'll tell you.
Oh yeah, he got everybody.
Yeah,
dude, don't worry. Where they're gonna put him out in a fucking collector's set. It's gonna be all 7 books and the remaining 2 volumes of Berserk and fucking Vagabond, and they're all gonna be there together in one big book series. And you're going to read them, and they're all going to be great. They're all going to be super good.
Awesome. No confirmation on that news. I got lied to. Cheers, bro. Anyway.
It's all going to be there. It's going to be really nuts because Guts, right, is going to fly in on Zod, and he's going to kill the Night King.
I said it before, and I'm really going to say it again because now it's hard locked and confirmed that I'm really, really sad about the fact that, like, I don't think I can actually make the recommendation to people.
Yeah.
That bums me the fuck out, man.
BSG and Dexter, like, so I brought up, like, hey, apparently Dexter ended really bad to a friend of mine who watched it, and he's like, they're like torn as to, like, which is actually worse here. And, like, it's funny because there's a genuine feeling, and it's an interesting argument to me, which is just because it ended badly doesn't mean that the enjoyment that you had in the lead up was for naught. And that's true, right? The enjoyment that you had season 1, 2, 3, 4, which everybody seems to agree is great, right? That doesn't go away, right? Mm-hmm. But that's ignoring the fact that the last thing that you deal with in a work is going to be the most powerful thing that you remember about it. And it's going to color all of those memories. It's going to be the takeaway that you use. So, hey, my takeaway from The Wire. The last season, it's like an 8 instead of a 10 bordering on 11, right? It's kind of a letdown. Still great. Still great. The thing with the serial killer was a little far-fetched, but still great.
I think of season 1 when I think of The Wire every time.
I think of season 2.
I think of that couch.
And 4.
I think of that couch out in the yard.
Yeah, I think of Zig fucking losing a can.
Sure.
And I think of Presbo freezing in place when that girl's face gets cut.
Okay.
Right? But, like, no, and I think about Where's Wallace.
Also, Prop Joe just existing.
Oh, Prop Joe's my favorite character. Prop Joe's the best character in The Wire.
The fuck you wearing that suit?
It's like 80 degrees out here, and you walking around, there isn't even in the fucking clipboard. It's got a fake clipboard. Oh, Prop Joe's the best character in The Wire.
Oh, what a good show.
Right? I think of Breaking Bad. Fucking Ozymandias. Wow, that's the shit. That's an amazing ending. Right? So on and so forth. When I think of BSG, which is my personal journey with this that nobody else was on, apparently, I think all I can think about now is how bad the ending is. And how the characters that I cared about all, like, for nothing. Like, it's fucking pointless.
The other problem is whether or not the show is an easy watch.
Yeah.
Right? So, when... you can't... Game of Thrones is not an easy watch. you have to actually pay attention, especially in the early seasons. It's an active watch. You're sitting down, you're involved, you're not really doing much else.
I would say it's like Breaking Bad or like The Wire. It's like, no, put your fucking eyeballs open.
But here's the thing, though. Not everything's like that. Sopranos is actually an easy watch.
It's pretty chill.
It's pretty chill.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, surprisingly, right? Something about, there's certain shows that just are like, there's just more to track than others, right?
Yeah.
And at any given moment,
Game of Thrones, you're tracking a map, for fuck's sake.
And at any given moment in Sopranos, you're tracking the episode it's in. Mm-hmm. And occasionally a couple of branching points, but for the most part.
Big Tony's mad about some bullshit.
Something happening in that episode,
yeah.
Right? In this case, if you were to tell people, go back, check it out, if you give them the forewarning that it's going to fall apart and then they still want to commit to it, that's fine. But I feel like I would rather recommend something that just doesn't fall apart on them.
Right. That they'll come away feeling good.
So why would I go to this 70 hours?
And be like, this was a good use of my time. I'm really happy how that worked out. And I feel joyful that I was able to enjoy a work of media that I feel like broadened my horizons of story, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, totally. I like, and I'm torn because if it was... And here's where the Game of Thrones situation is actually, I feel, somewhat unique, right? Game of Thrones, like, so you look at BSG and the final fucking season's really bad, but the final episode is the fucking breaking point. The final episode is where it goes from like kind of bad to like this is terrible, right? Game of Thrones, I heard people complaining about the entire fucking season, right? Because when you have the bad last episode, you know what you can do? You can just say, you know what should have happened? And fix it, right? And go, yeah, that last episode sucked, but they could have done this, 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 and this. With Game of Thrones, you have to do that for a whole fucking season? Or two?
But honestly, based on expectations, like, the turnaround to me was the Battle of Winterfell. It was episode 3.
Halfway through the season.
It was 803.
Okay.
Right? 801 and 802... Yeah, you're setting things up, I guess, and it's whatever, it's fine. I'm going to see where you're going with this. That's the feeling of what you're watching. It's the setting the table episodes.
Yeah.
Right? You kind of give setting the table episodes more leeway based on the plate that follows.
Totally. Absolutely.
So that's how those two go, you know? And you understand that Dany falling in love with Jon in the course of a fucking... God, it was so fast, but like they rushed it, getting like you feel it.
Kit Harington's very attractive.
Like, you feel the speed of that, and you go, it's kind of fast, but okay.
He's got that. You know? He's got those baby eyes that chicks go nuts for.
Yeah.
He's a very pretty man.
Yeah. So, there you go.
And also, as we've established, there's a genetic component that fueled that.
Yeah,
that's a thing.
She can smell it.
Smell it.
Smell the Targaryen in him.
Smell it right in there.
Yeah.
Smoky.
Out with a whimper, not with a bang. And
what's
onward to greater projects.
So I would like
to
to bring up, and don't worry, I'm going to mention a movie. I'm going to do absolutely nothing talk about its details, just its tone. But people who talk about how downer endings are...
Please stop talking about Game of Thrones. No. Continue.
Downer endings, that's why people will get upset. There's a lot of people who really, really enjoy, me included, Stephen King adaptation called The Mist.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The Mist has the most depressing ending of anything I have ever heard of. It is the rawest, meanest, cruelest ending for a story ever. Mm-hmm. And it makes that whole story great. Mm. Like, the story is pretty good, and then you get there, and you're like, I can't. Like, it damages you as a person, right? That's the only reason people care about that fucking movie. If that movie ended like a horror movie, no one would give a shit about it or talk about it at all.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I'm kind of thinking of, like, M. Night Shyamalan movies where... at least of the ones I've seen, like, it's like if you remove the twist, it just becomes a waste of your time.
Yeah, it's like it's just kind of boring.
There was nothing here until your twist.
Because Shyamalan stuff is especially, it's like, it's the mystery. What is it? What could it be? What? And then it's like, oh, it's stupid. And that's what killed his career. He's still a decent director in some cases, right? But the whole thing, a fucking Sixth Sense. It's like, well, what's really going on? And then the revelation is like, oh, that's really cool. That recontextualizes the story. Yeah. It makes it more interesting. It makes it more interesting. Yeah. You get all the way to the happening, like, oh man, this is really crazy setup. What could be? Oh, that's stupid. That's fucking dumb.
Yeah. I something comes to mind. I saw someone asked basically going like, where was all this snow? Because I pointed out the fact that that fucking what's his name? That one of that David, I believe, was also the writer on X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, and yes, we all know that the
Star Wars is going to be lit, I think, is the quote.
And we all and yes, like we all have extensive details on how that fuckface over at Fox ruined all hero movies and whatnot for a full decade.
Yeah,
out of spite. So we all know. But he still wrote that script.
He still wrote it, and
that's there. And I kind of like remember, I like someone was like, "Where was all this like hatred for D&D back when you were enjoying the show?" And
that's the stupidest question.
And I
ever.
had to like,
the stupidest question.
I had to reel back and really sit and think about like. I don't.
Where's the hatred for your school bully before he started pantsing you?
I was enjoying the product. Where's the hatred for the chef before you got to the fucking barf at the bottom of your soup? You know, like before you found the turd floating in your pho. Like,
where's the hatred for your neighbor before he started having his dog shit on your lawn?
Yeah, and it's
like, what a stupid fucking question.
And it turns out the chef was following the recipe that the better chef told him to the T, but then at the last second decided to like.
No, I want to put my own spin on this.
Put my own spin. Yeah.
I want to make my mark.
And he squatted over the pot, and I'm like, well,
this is my mark.
The soup was good soup because he learned from a really good soup maker how to make good soup, and then I found the problem at the end. And then I didn't like it.
That is a laughable sentiment.
How does your brain work? Does time, is time a concept?
No.
In your understanding of things? Anyway, so...
There are people who view the past as a singular of time.
Yeah.
Which is really bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for YouTube clip purposes, let's cut it here. How was your week?
That was pretty good. Let's see. Did I do anything fascinating? I wouldn't say so. I had some fun times with the Epic Store, which we'll talk about later.
Gravity Falls was so good.
Gravity Falls ended with a big old thumbs up.
What a fucking good show.
What a good show.
Tight. Just tight. Top to bottom. I was watching Weird Mageddon reruns the other day.
They're really good.
And I was like, man... They're calling back to all this little fun shit that didn't matter.
Like the fucking gnomes.
And they're making it matter in this little, 3-part ending. And you built up stuff that was a red herring, but you never put so much stock in it that the fact that the symbols were there were really a huge deal to begin with.
Yeah.
And, you had just...
And then you fuck with that.
And every character got to do what was the essence of what they represented, but they were really fun while doing it.
It was fun. It was a good time.
You know,
it was good.
Tight, man.
It was really good.
It kept it tight. Go on.
So, Wooly, bear with me. This is going to be something you struggle with. I apologize in advance. So, I felt lost, and I wanted to play... for some reason, a few weeks ago, I was like, I want to play Skyrim, and then I played Skyrim for a couple hours, then stopped playing Skyrim like you do. And then some comment went, and you might as well just play Elder Scrolls Online at this fucking point. And I went, Elder Scrolls Online is old now. Should I check that out? It's buy to play which I remember you having the most wonderful reaction to when I told you that phrase 4 or 5 years ago.
You almost got me. I thought this was F2P. Turns out it was B2P.
Dude, you just stared at me. You just stared at me because you didn't understand what I was saying. It's like, yes, it's an MMO, which is buy to play. Fucked around with it for a couple hours. I guess it's fine. There's nothing really that hooked me at all whatsoever. It looks kind of bad. It controls kind of okay. It's missing like a unbelievable amount of interface stuff that I feel like maybe I've taken for granted. But the world's really big, and I wondered about it for a couple hours. And just I gave it a shot. It's like, I find that very depressing because I like when I see a game like that and I'm like, is there something here? People seem to like it, and I go and futz with it. I didn't even really come away with a better understanding. I guess there's just more appeal to other people about wandering that big thing, which I thought I was interested in. And then I relapsed and watched a bunch of Shadowbringers trailers, and now I'm way back in on 14. I've been far away from 14 for about a year now. And I'm back.
What is the best game in the Elder Scrolls series?
There's 3 answers to that question.
Because they all play completely differently.
They all play very differently. The best one overall, if you can tolerate how old it is Morrowind. Mm-hmm. I don't even like Morrowind, and I can see that it's the best one.
Okay.
Oblivion has probably all the best quests in the series, and Skyrim's the easiest junk food one to play, and has a fairly approachable and interesting setting.
So only the first-person ones?
They're all first-person.
What about the old Elder Scrolls games?
First-person.
Really?
Yeah, and they look like junk.
Wasn't there one that was isometric? I remember the only knowledge I had was seeing someone play an old Elder Scrolls game at one point, and I thought it was isometric.
I'm looking down chat. You're probably thinking of Fallout. You probably got the Fallout series.
No, it was fantasy. It wasn't Fallout. It was fantasy. But I really thought it was.
Okay, nobody knows what you're talking about.
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
But yeah.
So they're all
first person. Later on, they gave I think in Morrowind, they give you the ability to hit a button and see your character from third person. Nobody plays the games like that because it controls and looks like dog shit.
Okay. No, I didn't think it was Baldur's Gate or Diablo, because I remember Baldur's Gate by the HUD with the 2 orbs.
That's Diablo.
Okay, well there you go. All right.
I think
yeah, all right.
I think the favorite.
I don't know anything. So
man. Hey. I'm going to take a slight tangent here because I've gone on a spiel about this, about how game genres are terrible, right? I've said how game genres movie genres are tone, right? Game genres are mechanical or even perspective, right? And here's where it gets really confusing, because I'm going to laugh myself silly when Wooly cannot. This is like since I played BG2, so 4 years running, you cannot at a visual glance tell the difference between Baldur's Gate and Diablo, despite the fact that they are both classified as Western RPGs and are totally different in every way because the camera is the same.
I am going on screenshots from magazines from over a decade ago.
Exactly. But what I mean is,
like, I never bothered. But I never even stepped foot in that territory.
You could look at a horror movie and tell from a trailer at a glance that it's a horror movie.
Yeah.
If you were to look at the Pillars trailer and the Diablo 3 trailer and you did not have any history about that, you might actually have difficulty telling that those games are wildly mechanically, tonally, etc. apart, because they're both fantasy games. They both have the exact same perspective. They have what appears to be the same gameplay, which is clicking around and stuff like that. It's weird. Game genres suck. They're terrible. What the fuck was I talking about?
Yeah.
We're talking about Elder Scrolls all being first person. Yeah. So yes, I'm back into 14. I hopped on Saturday. Played with some friends, did some shit, got a dog.
I saw someone showed me their Virgil they made in 14.
You can make a lot of shit in that game. and just way back in and just
wasn't Virgil enough, but
back to leveling up alts and being like, yeah, this is a good game that makes me very happy. Yay. That's it.
I guess it's nice to know that like there will always be something that you can return to that'll probably have the new shit going on.
Yeah.
Because MMOs by nature have that sort of...
It's really weird because...
And I guess Warframe.
So I actually would like to talk about that cycle. But MMOs are weird because it used to be... You probably remember this just from knowing people in the industry and listening. Before WoW, there was EverQuest. And before EverQuest, there was Ultima Online. And Ultima Online seemed like it was going to be fucking forever. And EverQuest seemed like it was going to be fucking forever. And RuneScape seemed like it was going to be fucking forever. And guess what? They are. Mm-hmm. I got people playing RuneScape right now on my friends list. Clem's put out a fucking RuneScape video. I know there's people fucking around in Ultima Online, right? And EverQuest servers are still ongoing. Then WoW came out. Now, WoW is actually forever. We're going on 15 years, and not only is WoW forever, it's so bad they're restarting it, and it is the most popular thing in the world right now. There's a guy streaming on Twitch, I think, right now to 50K plus because it's WoW Classic, the game from 13 fucking years ago.
Well, yeah, because now you're also kicking in. You've explained this to me before, but like, I guess I understand the appeal to being like simple nostalgia.
Yeah,
you know
what you know what's the most depressing thing about WoW Classic? People going back to it, going, "Wow, this is like a totally different game. This game's really good." People that in some cases didn't play WoW Classic, they only got in later, and like there are a few genres in which you can make the game permanently worse.
When you go back to the World Warriors, no one feels like they missed out.
That's a great game.
They're there.
Yeah.
All 8.
Yeah, they're all right there. So you look at MMOs, and once they hit a certain level of stability, yeah, they're kind of forever. FF11 doesn't get new stuff, but it's been running for years after not getting any new stuff. And there's still a couple 100,000 people playing FF11. There's no real reason to kick it. So I got a buddy of mine, his dad played FF11 in his youth the way that I play 14 now. Goes back and fucks around with it now and then and goes, oh yeah, that's over there. So yeah, and then there's the thing that I described. You said I have that forever thing. Warframe is also it's an MMO. It's not an MMO. What the fuck is that? It's weird, right? That's a weird thing. But it has also hit a certain level of stability, and once you look at it and go, yeah, it'll dwindle in popularity, I'm sure, at some point. But is it gonna go away? Like, actually? Probably not.
Yeah,
like, you can look at a game like Warframe and go, that's got 10 years on it.
Yep.
That's weird. Fighting games don't even get that. And that's the genre you would think that it would get it the most. Because the final version of a fighting game, like, it's complete. It's done.
Yeah, there's resurgences, and there's groups of people that support and like hold on to a particular game, and like to not let it die type of thing. But yeah, for the most part, you don't have this sort of like dev side support keeping it alive.
Yeah. So like, I stopped playing Final Fantasy since patch 4.3 actively, right? Log in to do the story quest when they come out with the new patch. That was like 6-7 months ago. So more or less I've been out for half a year, right? Come right back in. There it is. Oh, hey, look, Shadowbringers is coming out end of June. That's going to be really fun. And then I might fall off again. And I've noticed that I'm in a cycle in which I play Warframe really intensely for 3 or 4 months, burn out, play all sorts of other shit, go back to Final Fantasy, play really intensely for 3 or 4 months, burn out, do a bunch of other shit, go back to Warframe, and so on and so forth.
And at some point, they make an announcement for whatever, and you go, okay, well, next time
new Monster Hunter's coming out. So
next time you have a gap in like things you're actually interested in looking at,
just go back to one or the other.
You can fall back to.
There's the what I would call the. I used a term for this back when I started playing
your methadone games.
I started playing FF14 before Heavensward came out, so I want to say like 4 or 5 years ago, and it was like a week after my birthday because I was really bored. Started playing on like April 28th, 2014, I want to say. And I looked at it, and it was big and super huge, and I went, if I really like this, I would like this to be a forever game. I would like this to be a nice, comfy little security blanket that I go, there's nothing I really want to play. I'm kind of bored. Why not just hop back into the old Eorzea and go fuck around? And so far, it's done an admirable job on that. But what's more interesting to me is that the way that I burn out is because those two games represent the most extreme design principles I've ever seen from any game in a genre. So they're both, I don't want to call them loot games, but they're both progression games, right? You build a character, you get the thing, you get the item, you get the frame, you get the levels, whatever. You make the number go big. Let's just call them number go big games.
Say the word.
Which is the word?
Schlooters.
Schluter? No, they're not. Like, Warframe's a Schluter, but Final Fantasy is an MMO, right? And they're at the total opposite of each other in the way that they treat your character and your progress. And sometimes you end up gravitating towards one or the other. So, what's your history with MMOs? Is it nothing?
I watched my brother.
All right, it's nothing.
Play Anarchy Online.
Okay, so wow, really, Anarchy Online.
I watched him play a bunch of Anarchy Online.
That's a classic. So, let's just take it. Are you familiar with the term horizontal?
Hold on.
Ooh.
Hold on.
Oh.
Grawl.
Grawl? Which
Graal.
What is that?
That is the MMO made to look like the Link to the Past engine.
Okay.
So it is a giant map in a world that looks like Hyrule from A Link to the Past, and you have characters that you build, and you can actually upload your own sprites to a server to walk around as them.
Well, that's fairly cool.
You get weapons and arrows, and you link to the past in an MMO setting your way around the giant world. I played a bunch of Grawl.
Okay.
And I actually did have 2 to 3 months of Ragnarok Online.
Okay. So, all right. So you have a little bit. So, because we're talking about number go big, right? And you did play Monster Hunter. You got to the end of Monster Hunter, right? So, in the number go big land, right, you have 2 things you can do. You have vertical and you have horizontal progression. Are you familiar with these terms? I'm going to assume some people at home are not familiar with these terms. Vertical progression is Monster Hunter. For the 99% of Monster Hunter that you play, okay, I killed a Rathalos. I made a sword out of Rathalos bones.
Level 1 to 99? Like, simply...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to use this example, right?
Sure.
I'm going to use that to kill more Rathalos, or bigger Rathalos, or bluer Rathalos. Better sword, right? Your power is a line upwards. It's not even a curve. It's just a line. Levels, whatever. The reason that I use items in this example is because all MMOs have a level cap, or most of them anyway. Mm-hmm. And then after that, you get your item level. So your items get stronger instead of your character level, right?
Yes.
Horizontal progression is when your character has a really, really low level cap. So the level cap in Warframe, for example, is 30. You're going to hit level 30 with your weapon or your frame or your whatever in like 90 minutes. You're capped, right? You're done.
Yep.
After that, everything that will increase your power is adjacent. It's not that it's better, it's that it's different. You modded your weapon with all of this shit, right? You went and got those things. But now you went and got a different weapon.
Destiny.
Destiny
Yeah.
is a mixture of both.
Okay.
Right? But when I say Warframe, I mean you hit level cap immediately in Warframe, and what you're doing to make your character stronger is altering pieces of them sideways so that you mod all your shit, but now I want it to have corrosive damage, and there's a vertical progression of that, and you make mods stronger, whatever. But like, and the end of this story is, I don't play FF14 for 6 months. I come back, my character is no longer at the highest item level because the item level increased while I was gone.
Yeah.
So okay, I'll run my dungeons, I'll do my things, I'll craft some items. Okay, I've made my character stronger. And the benefit to that is as new, harder encounters go on, you have the very, very classic, now my character's way stronger, I could go back to that old shit and crush it, and you feel it. Like when you improved your gear in Monster Hunter, you feel that you're better. But it's a treadmill. It's an infinite treadmill. The longer the game goes on, the longer you stay away, the shittier your guy is going to become.
Yeah.
And that can lead to a really terrible feeling that you're doing it for nothing. Right? People, right now, it's easier to gear up in Final Fantasy XIV than ever, right? But everybody knows that on June 28th, the day that the new expansion comes out, the highest level gear in the game right now will be outpaced within a couple hours. Because the new expansion has to make you stronger, right? So it leaves that feeling of uselessness and pointlessness.
I think that only applies to people like you.
You mean the types of people who play MMOs?
Yeah, but there's definitely types that would get to their satisfaction point, whether that's the fake ending or the cap.
Totally.
And then call it there.
Absolutely.
In the same way that I got 151 Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm good.
And went, done, right? Exactly. And that's one of the smarter things that 14 does, is that they actually have said, oh yeah, we're totally cool with people letting their subs lapse for 6 months. And there's all these catch-up mechanics, and there's all these things that they do they just assume people quit their subs when shit runs out.
Yeah.
And then they just come back and do it, and then they quit again. Now, take Warframe on the other end of that spectrum.
And in before you compare it to Nier Automata ending A, don't you fucking start,
Don't you
assholes.
start. Don't.
It's not the same thing. Also, I didn't even have friends that I could have fucking traded with after Red and Blue anyway, so I was out of high school. It wouldn't have worked.
Now, let's move on to Warframe, right?
Yeah.
You know Excalibur, the frame that you can start with? There was Excalibur, Mag, and Volt, right? That you could have started with. Let's take Excalibur, right? That's a really good frame. That's a really good one. If you put the time and maybe a little money, but you can earn it otherwise, you can make that guy like, let's say, A- in terms of overall power in the game.
Sure.
There's a better version of Excalibur that you can get for free. And I mean, they literally hand you the pieces from a later quest. But fine. I have what's called an Excalibur Umbra. It's the better version that you get from a quest, right? The main story quests are rare. There's like one a year, and they're not difficult. And I am wildly overpowered for that shit. And I built up my Excalibur Umbra, and I made them all pretty and nice. And do you know what? I could never play another day of Warframe in my life other than coming back for the big story quests. And I would still have a character that's wildly overpowered for them. Because shit doesn't go up in power. They just add a new guy
and
a new gun.
Do you prefer that method?
No.
I don't. You rather feel the sense of dread at your shit being pointless?
No, here's the thing. I don't prefer either.
Okay.
There is some serious value to the feeling of, I made a Saren Prime Warframe, and I gave her a fucking Ignis Wraith, and a good kit gun, and a great melee weapon, and I modded her out, and that is a solved character that if I want to go do certain types of things, that unless they nerf the fuck out of them for no reason, that thing is gonna be A+, S+ tier forever. Like, forever. And if I feel like I just go back and do it. And getting to that point feels awesome. Because look, I made a shiny doll that is awesome. And I earned it and it's done. Right? It's complete.
If I may.
Yes.
So Dragon Ball FighterZ comes out.
Yeah.
Pick 3 characters. I get pretty handy and happy with my team. I use 16, Cell, and Hit.
Yep.
patches drop.
That's right.
Things change. Combos don't work anymore. Adapted a few things to the changes, but ultimately didn't spend as much time going forward as I did in the beginning. So a lot of details and nuances that were missed, right?
Yeah.
Individually, as each character comes out and shakes up the matchups, the meta, everything about what's going on, you are actively getting worse by not playing
being
the game.
in it. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you learn whatever you need to learn about Super Turbo, and you learn what you need to about those characters, and you have your ROG and your Boxer is great, you put that down, you come back to it, you just need muscle memory, and you're back in.
Yep.
But every time one of these things happens, a new character comes out, you don't have there's a new ceiling for your knowledge that you don't have, so you are now a lower level than you were when you were playing at the time.
Right. So
the catch-up feeling is out of, like...
knowledge.
But it feels bad to drop behind what used to be satisfying.
Absolutely. So in both of these examples, that problem happens in different ways. So in Final Fantasy, it's usually expansion comes out, every class is completely different now because they're mixed up, they get stuff added, they get stuff removed, right? And this time around for Stormblood, people who played Dark Knight like me and people who played Monk like my friend Mexi71, guess what? Our classes suck to play now. They're still really strong, but they feel like shit to push the buttons for. We don't enjoy them anymore, right? That sucks. But it happens every 2 years, right? And now, I don't know if you saw any of the Shadowbringer stuff, but there's a Dark Knight all over that fucking promo material because they're the fancy class that they're promoting it with. They're saying, hey guys, we're going to fix your class. We're going to make Dark Knight better. So, hey, they better, because if not, I'm going to fall right the fuck back off again, right? With Warframe, it's a little more subtle. There's a frame called Ember. She was okay. She was good at certain things. Then they nerfed her for no reason. Now that frame sucks. It just sucks, right? You had Saren, who used to be pretty good, and they reworked her. She was pretty good, but weird. And then they reworked her again, and now she's great, right? But some frames don't get touched, or only improved, right? And it's always this shifting kind of thing. Warframe had a weird situation where there's a lot of old frames that do crowd control. Well, they'll freeze enemies in place and stuff like that. But then enough mods came out that made characters so strong that why would you use crowd control when you can just kill every single person in the room? So all those frames went, they didn't actually change in power, but because other stuff got so much stronger, they became less
functionally nerfed.
Yeah. They still stayed 5, but the top of the scale went from 10 to 11. Right? So it's always this kind of shifting fucking miasma of it's the meta. It's a lot more numerical than it is for, say, a fighting game, right? Where
it's PvE.
Yeah, and you get the weirdness that is PvE, where you get a situation that happened in Stormblood where it's like, hey, so here's the meta. You're gonna bring a paladin and a warrior and a bard and a dragoon for sure. They're gonna be in that party. That means that people who play those roles, but not those classes, are in a worse position overall. Because their class isn't one of the lock-ins for progression, right? And then that changes per patch, that changes per expansion, there was a class that got added in Heavensward back in the day called Machinist. It was really good at its own thing. It was like a support class, but it did damage. That class was ruined in Stormblood. That class is like the worst class ever. It's so bad, and it's not fun to play anymore. So if you were somebody who picked that class up back in the day and went, this is my class, yeah, and got art commissioned to your fucking character and really loved the fact that you're a Final Fantasy character with a gun, Stormblood comes out, guess what? Eat shit. It's weird.
If your computer, if not your computer blew up, if the servers got wiped and something happened and you lost,
never again.
Either of these games.
No. Never.
That answers everything. Okay. So even the fun of picking a different job this time, or
Wooly, I've played every job.
Okay, well, all right.
Not to cap.
Okay.
but there's not a single mark on my character sheet that says level 1. They're like,
That's so weird to me because it's like, it's just, I just wish I could understand that type of fun.
Yeah.
And I just don't. And
Okay.
it's like, and it's almost like I like, but, and I know that it's like, I know I'm the weird one, but it's like the, like, think about like surfing, right?
Uh-huh.
How much of surfing is actually surfing? Like, maybe
how much of it is going out to the beach and hanging out with people?
Like surfing is maybe like 15% of the actual thing. And when I say surfing, I mean actually going down a fucking tube, on your board, like upright. Like, no, I'm not talking about paddling out in the water looking for a wave. I mean like the amount of time that goes in versus the time spent going woo, and then it's over and you're back to kind of paddling out. It's like, there's that really, really fun moment there, and that is exclusively like, it's almost like that sliver is what you're describing when you come back to these games and you have that like, you have that good feeling for that moment. But the fact that you would say like, if you lost this, you'd never touch it again.
Well, you know how much time I've put in a Final Fantasy? Guess what? I do, because you can hit /playtime.
Yeah.
I put 157 days into Final Fantasy. That's 3,800 hours. Okay?
But you look...
That's building up a roster of abilities, items, money, characters, etc.
And every one of those moments is one you'd never want to do again.
You on the way to do that, you do those moments over and over and over in the path. Like, from level 1 to 50, there's like 9 dungeons.
Okay.
Do you know how many fucking times I have run shit like Brayflocks at level 32?
So
I must have run it like 1,000 fucking times.
So you get sick. So we've hunted the same fucking monsters over and over and over again. I know what the pattern looks like. I know what that Rathian is going to do its fucking tail thing.
Yeah.
And at the end, you're like, I'm done with that.
And the difference there,
the
difference there,
right,
is that in Monster Hunter, you have every single move that you will ever have right out the gate, right? Your weapon is a complete move set. In an MMO, you're gaining new moves every couple levels. So your character gets more interesting to play the longer you play them. When you go back, this is a goofy thing that happens at 14. When you go back and do the level 15 dungeon called Satasha, it locks you to only the moves you would have known at level 15. And that shit is so fucking boring now. Because I've been playing with 32 abilities and all these cross-class, just a huge rotation, just when you look at somebody's hands, they're click, 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 whatever.
Yep.
This is like telling you, by the way, Wooly, you know how you like what is the fighting game character you play right now in your fighting game of choice?
Merkava
in Unist.
Yeah.
What the fuck is it now? It's different now. Whatever, Unist. There's a new
Unicler.
Unicler. Okay, you're gonna play Merkava and Unicler, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You can do some cool shit with Unicler.
Sure.
Right? Okay. Now imagine, instead of forgetting that shit, like, imagine your brain gets wiped and you have to relearn and re-practice mode all the shit you learned how to do. And even if you knew how to do it, it becomes unavailable to you. You're not allowed anymore until you play 2,000 more matches. Right? That's what would happen if my character got deleted. I would still know how to play a Dark Knight at 70, but I wouldn't have a Dark Knight at 70, and I'd have to rebuild him the fuck back up.
And like knowledge and skill are not as rewarding in this genre.
Oh, they totally are, but you don't have all your tools until you hit the cap. So here's
but what I'm saying is that like it's not like a matchup. You know what, this is falling apart.
No, it's very weird. So you know why these games have huge long quest lines with main stories?
Yeah.
because the leveling process can be dull and you're gaining skills. So say let's take Stormblood, from 60 to 70, you're going through the story, you're enjoying a Final Fantasy story. Every couple levels you do a job quest, you get a cool new skill, you integrate it into your thing, you go, oh look, cool new ability, cool, novelty, right? Oh look, there's a new area that you're going through, yada 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 yada, right? That doesn't exist a second time. That's gone now. So when I level a new character, like for example, I'm leveling a healer right now from 60 to 70, exactly the same as I did for my Dark Knight. I'm just running dungeons and chatting with people on Discord because I want to get to cap as fast as I possibly can so that I can do the real game at the end of cap. Now, does that mean I don't enjoy running the dungeons? Of course it doesn't. I do enjoy running them, but as a primary focus, yeah, it's a little dull.
Yeah, I was badly wording my thoughts before, but I was trying to get to the idea of, like, if we're going to use Monster Hunter as an analogy, once you know what the monster does, you know where the weaknesses are, you know where the moments to shoot, to lay a trap, or to you understand it, so then you have that set knowledge. That's not going to change. Yeah. And then what does change is how many numbers you're going to do to it as you get better stuff.
There is a slight difference with that, and this does factor in, and that is the reason why numbers are more important in a game like an MMO is that when you let's take Rathalos. Everybody listening to this podcast probably fought a Rathalos somewhere, right? Rathalos, you know he's going to shake his butt. He's going to do his double tail swipe. You know he's going to roar up, and he's going to do the flying thing. You're knocking him down flat. Right? You've solved every situation, right? But he does them all in a variation of order depending on health and damage, and there's all these other people hitting him, right? An MMO fight, once you know it, is a solved problem.
Right.
The boss is going to do a tank buster 8 seconds after you hit him the first time. Once he hits this HP threshold, he's going to do this mechanic. This is how you deal with that mechanic. And it kind of looks like a little dance with characters if they're complicated, right? They become solved. And then the solution is, okay, I want to do this much damage, this much healing, this much mitigation, whatever, in those things. That's your personal optimization, right? Once you, like, the idea of, like, it's not the destination, it's the journey. Yeah. But you can't go on that journey a second time because you already know all of it.
Yeah. And my impression of, like, a raid against a giant mega boss, a raid boss and whatnot in these games, from watching my roommate play, has always been that, like, the whole group is basically an engine.
Yes.
And you're trying to create a DPS self-healing engine that works standing in the face of what this thing is doing, that occasionally
move to the spots that are safe
and occasionally puts up the right things to counter what it's doing, but it's like you're a machine of people and everyone's responsible for whatever gear spinning, you know? And that's kind of how the fight just auto-plays itself once you solve that.
Say I tank, right? I don't actually care what the healers are doing as long as I don't die.
Now,
right? Say my DPS. Yeah. I don't care about anything other than staying alive, being in the spot I need to be, hitting the thing as hard as I possibly can.
In a normal turn-based RPG, there's a chance that on this turn, it doesn't do that thing, instead does this thing, and then you happen to get, it happens to crit.
Right, and so the MMO equivalent of that is you get situations like, there's a mechanic called Prey in Final Fantasy. And they at some point they unified all mechanics, so Prey as a mechanic is always the same no matter what you're doing. Prey as character gets marked up. It's a random character, but it can only be like a DPS or something like that. They're gonna get fucking smacked in 5 seconds, right? It's gonna be a random character, but Prey's gonna happen every time. Or this set, you hit the 50% threshold, and either they're going to do this thing where you all have to move in a certain way, or this thing in which there's going to be a big hit. But it is all solved. And then once it's solved, it's whether or not you can optimize your own character and your group in order to hit the numbers you need to hit. You can't go on that trip again. Once you know how to do it, you just know how to do it, and losing your character just removes your ability to physically do it, and says, now go do busy work that has lost all of its novelty to you.
Yeah, that's completely
right.
Pointless. I get it.
So
I get it.
what, like the idea of like, yeah, if my character got deleted, like, no, I'm not going to play it again.
Yeah. Okay.
Ever. That's the joy of fighting games, because it's up here.
It's all up here. Yeah.
But like if I fucking took a rock and bonked you on the head, and you just forgot to play if you forgot how to play fighting games, like everything else is fine, and you're pissed because I bonked you on the head with a rock, every single thing you know about fighting games is just gone.
Mm-hmm.
Other than you like fighting games.
Mm-hmm.
Are you actually going to get back into fighting games when you have to start back from the bottom, like when you were 9 or whatever? I don't know.
It seems like a no, but it depends, because there's certain moments where I kind of feel like I wish I could feel the joy of that again.
Totally.
But it seems like a no, given like where we're at in life now.
And so when you look at Final Fantasy, I have a perfect example for you. There's a dungeon at level 57 called the Vault. It's really tough to heal. The final boss throws out tons of shit. It's tough to heal. So I went through that as a tank, no problem. I went through that as a DPS, no problem. Every now and then, when I'm playing a healer, I end up like randomly running into it, and I go, oh, cool. And if I do really well, I feel great. Great, because like, oh, Vault's really hard to heal. Great, I did a good job. Yay, good for me. I've done that like 100 times.
Yeah.
There's only so many times I can feel pride over healing Vault well.
At the same time, I'm thinking of the fact that like there's a bunch of new fighting games that I like never got into that I'm currently learning, where I'm starting at the absolute bottom and enjoying that ride. But
and that's why when Shadowbringers gets announced and they announce, hey, look, there's 2 new classes for you to learn and play, everyone goes crazy, because they go, look, I can go through the same old stuff with a completely different character and learn how to play that character and get to see all these new things, and that'll make it fresh, you know?
So, funny enough, in a similar vein to going back to old things in that way, and old knowledge always being relevant, this weekend there was a tournament here called MTLSF Indestructible.
Got it. That's a good name.
That's
a good name.
And of course the name implies what's going down. It was a classic throwback to our old days of the community, where we ran a Street Fighter 4 tournament. And like it was basically just come out and do your best in Street Fighter 4. You know,
vanilla.
No, Ultra.
Ultra. Okay.
Yeah, but like. And a lot of people that kind of like ultimately sort of gave up on 5, had dropped off and just kind of just didn't like it.
They
and
come
whatever.
back and they go, hey.
Yeah. And it was really fun to sort of see all of that. And it was really fun to like, enter a world that I'm just like, oh, I know this, and it's all there. And the save file is in your brain. The progress is up here. You can't.
It stayed.
It doesn't matter what. Doesn't matter where. Doesn't matter what stick you hand me. You sit down and you go, yup, bam, in and out, done. Really fun, and like, there's a sense of like, there's a sense of just like joy that like came out from people that were kind of dead. Inside over like the current state of things. That came out when this game was popped in.
So that as a perfect thing. Whereas the core of this, and it's the hidden inference that we've both been talking about, is that we've been talking about the game and the progression and the mechanics and the mental memory and all that, but that's only half of it with these 2 genres. The other half is either the people at the meetup or the people that you're playing with, right? So, for example, if I lost my character and that character's gone, but so did a couple of my friends who played Final Fantasy XIV, absolutely. Because at the very least, we could all go through the whole process again as a group and talk shit and joke around on Discord and have fun playing the game together. Similarly, if you lost all your memories of fighting games, but so did a couple people, say I ran around and hit a bunch of people in the head with the rock,
right?
And a couple of the better people,
the scene got reset.
Yeah, and there were 3 or 4 guys down at the scene that you like to play with that also got their thing. you would totally get back into fighting games. 'Cause you'd be like, oh yeah, I love playing with
you
Chirithia.
grind it out.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, I don't know if you remember, but I've made jokes about it, why I laugh at Black Desert and how, like, I would tell everyone, particularly folks who live in Russia, to never, ever, ever play Black Desert. Because the Russian distribution for company for Black Desert lost or destroyed their servers at some point. And everybody's shit just evaporated. I think they rolled it back to like 6 months prior. Which is like, holy shit, man. That's a nightmare. 6 months prior for a lot of people is, I didn't play the game 6 months ago. There is no character of mine 6 months prior.
Right. Yeah.
That is, I would love to see a picture of ESO's and WoW's and Final Fantasy's server room, and then the backup server room, and then the backup server room that houses character data. Because you can't lose it. You cannot lose that shit. You can't.
Do you have any feelings about Cicolata and Secco?
Yo, that dude's a jerk.
As we slide into a little bit of JoJo over here.
Yo, so this is minor spoilers for this week's episode of JoJo.
You're talking about current JoJo.
But I like that we have a character that like drained the blood out of a child and is a psycho murderer going, this man is the worst piece of shit to ever exist.
I forgot that the first thing they do is drop that on you.
Yeah.
Because I was waiting for the fight to start, and then because I remembered it differently. I remembered it being like they fight, and then during the fight you find out what a horrendous piece of shit he is, and you go, oh, fuck that guy.
That guy's a jerk.
And then he gets fucked,
yeah.
Right? But yeah, here it's like the first thing ever is let's spend 5-10 showing you, no, not 10. Let's spend 5 walking you through all the horrible things that make even the bad guys go, holy fuck that guy.
And then you think back. You think back as a person on the outside, right? And you go, Dio was like a sanctimonious, arrogant God figure asshole, and he told the guy to drive down the street because he didn't care.
Yep.
Not because it made his dick hard.
Yep.
Cars saw people as animals, but he didn't care, right?
Yeah. The difference between I don't give a shit about innocent people
and my dick is so hard.
They're
all dying.
I have a need to find and torture them is wild. So yeah, it is it's I'm glad we're here for sure. Other fun stuff. And I mean, I was wondering how they were going to handle some of those names, and green tea is really funny.
It's pretty good.
I'll take it, right? God bless. But fucking the episode title for the next one being green tea and Sanctuary. I was like, come on. No one's going to guess that. Like, I've been playing this game with Steph.
Unless you're listening to him literally say Oasis.
Yeah, I've been playing this game with Steph going, like, can you guess what they are? And, like, Green Day was eventually, we got there. I'm like, you're never going to get fucking Oasis from Sanctuary. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
You know? But, like, I really do. One thing I like about Part 5 is how, like, the progression of bands used is, like, the bigger, more important ones towards the back end.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah. So I'm glad with
this
we're finally here. Also, we're so much further than I thought.
We are way further than I thought.
Yeah.
We're in Rome.
I really thought I remember at the point where I was like, oh yeah, we're about halfway.
We're not halfway.
No, we're not. We're further than halfway.
We got to Egypt.
Yeah. So
we're on the steps to Cairo.
Yeah. I just memory wise, I seem to think there was another bit to go.
Yeah, there was another arc in between
the two, but we're not. Yeah.
There is one thing that I'd like to say, which is a big complaint I'm having. There's a minor complaint I had in Part 4, and it is a big complaint I have with Part 5, and it's something that goes away in Part 6 and 7, and I think 8 as well, which is I understand that you want to have a guy on the team that can just fix people. but
when people get injured, it doesn't.
Mista has died 4 times.
When people get injured, it doesn't mean anything
it
anymore.
now means nothing.
Yeah.
Unless Giorno is 20 feet or further away from him.
Yeah, that is true.
It's with Mista, it's really, really bad because he has had 4 hero deaths.
Because what you actually end up dealing with is most stand fights involve someone on the team taking a critical blow.
Way bad.
Right?
Pieces of their body falling off.
A mortal blow is what teaches you what you're up against.
Right.
And up until someone takes that hit,
yeah, because the stand
you don't know
users
what's going
we're dealing
on.
with in this season are so ridiculous. They're so OP.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, look. Hey, Eric, look over me. Dead.
Yeah. You know, but now, you know, you just
luckily, I fixed it.
So, hey, you know what that means?
And in part 4...
no one's ever really gone.
And with part 4, it wasn't that bad because we did make a rule. And the rule was, if Josuke's in the fight and Josuke gets hurt, he can't fix himself.
Yep.
That rule is gone now. And we even have a storyline where it's like, even if it was too late, it's fine. At least for the use of the story.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Well,
and I felt that it made a big moment a couple episodes ago very cheap, because it was like this happens to this person, and then this happens and like that, and it's like that's it. Like,
well, that's the thing, is part of exactly. So in part 4, there's a gimmick around the fact that healing exists on the party, you know, and you write around it. In part 5, it's way more vague and loose, and ultimately vague and loose is the biggest problem.
Yes.
And it's why this ends up being the weakest, despite being a lot of
people
fun.
that aren't aware of what happens, we're about to get a lot vaguer and a lot looser.
Yeah, but when your rules are just like sentences that are open for interpretation...
yeah, they're...
Right?
Can replace something.
When the definition of a power is literally just it's a sentence that ends in ellipses.
Yeah.
Then you can write whatever you want,
and then you look at that and you go, "That's bullshit," but I believe it.
But
yeah, no, I find that is making encounters. All the Mista fights. Mista gets fucked. He gets fucked, man.
He's a good boy.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's totally fine.
Yeah.
Also, Mista, your power sucks. Someone take your gun away from you, because the amount of times you have shot yourself is so unbelievable.
I'm going to go ahead and say his power doesn't suck. It's that the story has to happen to a team that has a gun wielder on it. All right?
More of his own bullets have gone into his body than other people.
We've talked about how OP each individual one of these stands are. You know, it's what it is. They have to find challenges to rise to the occasion. I know. But take that as...
That's one point someone just takes his own gun away from him and just shoots him with it.
But just take that assassination squad and put them in one room.
Oh, it's the end of the world. It's the end of the world.
It's over. There's nothing. You would shrink and get chopped up, and metal would fly out of your face, and just and then a baby bursts out of you, and then part of you turns into cubes. You're
all at the same time.
You're just and then a fish hook, and then you turn old, and you.
Why would they split up ever?
You're so fucking done.
They would split up because they're all too tough to be in the same room. It's like, this is the equivalent of Akuma can't just be walking around in Street Fighter. Because Akuma can beat everyone, and he kills people, but he doesn't kill whatever. And he can't just be walking around, because then you don't have a story. Because Akuma's just there, and people have to acknowledge that he's there. Similarly, the hero team all have to stick together, but if the villain team ever... combine any 2 random encounters from almost any run of any JoJo and just put those 2 characters next to each other and have them attack the protagonist, it's the end. It's over.
Yeah. It's really one of those things where you'd expect more people gaming the system in the way that Whole Horse did.
Yeah.
And you really don't get a ton of it.
The only reason Whole Horse got to do it is because Whole Horse's stand is like outrageously shitty. Whole Horse is just like a cool guy.
I mean, I disagree, but it has its applications. Ultimately, like being a mile away and just sniping somebody cold is fine. But yeah, gaming the system with more than one person at the same time to create like a fucking nonsense situation that you can't possibly solve is something you'd expect more of for sure. And we get other versions of it, like we just saw fucking The Clash and what's it called again? Talking Heads, right? Together.
Yeah.
So that is a little bit closer.
So when I say that, there's a reason I didn't say 2 users. I said 2 encounters.
Yeah.
Because whenever there's multi-stand battles, they always write them as individually much weaker than the fucking stupid guys walking around.
And these 2 had to team up to create one weak villain, which would have been the same as it's nuts. It's kind of nuts to think about. And I would love to see like a villain of one part surround themselves with like almost like just like 3 functional people or stands that just make it absolutely impossible to deal with what's going on.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of thinking of Orochimaru.
Like just a guy who's like, I just know where everyone is at all times within 100 feet of me.
Or
right? That guy's not that strong. But
you know what I mean? Just gaming it to the point where there's nothing you can do. Because I feel like Yoshikage Kira kind of does that on his own.
Yeah, he does.
In a way, you know. But, part 8. All right, fantastic.
Because it's this funny thing. Because are you familiar with the Dissidia games? It's like the villains versus the heroes and all that shit in Final Fantasy. Sure. It's like it's Cloud versus Sephiroth and the Warrior Light versus Garland, right? Let's take that to JoJo. It's the whole cast of the hero team versus the whole cast of the... Oh, wow, that's like 1 second. And the villain team takes it.
Okay.
That's like a second.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Like, we're going to have Giorno versus the boss, and then, like, and just individualize them. And it's not the whole good guy team against one dude. It's the whole good guy team against the whole villain. Like, fuck off.
Here's the thing. Just
rush them. Rush them.
Let's play a game for a second. Take the heroes of one part and put them up against the villain of the part immediately after.
Oh God, it's so sad.
How does does it shape up?
Well, I'll tell you how it shapes up because that happened in part 3. They did that. They literally just did that, and we saw how it happened. Christ, they did that in part 4 too.
Okay, I can't go.
They totally did that.
Okay, if you don't want to hear JoJo spoilers for anything, possibly going beyond where the anime's at, maybe tune out for like a couple minutes.
Yeah. They actually do that all the time.
Okay, but I'm specifically thinking about like, what if Jolene faces Funny Valentine? What does that turn into?
She would die.
Yes, instantly. and what if Giorno, like current Giorno, faces Pucci?
He would die.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
What if
King Crimson?
What if Jonathan fought Cars? He would die, etc. Like,
yeah.
Look at part 3. What would happen if Joseph fought Dio? He would die.
100%.
And he did.
Yeah. If Jotaro... Jotaro fighting Kira.
Jotaro does fight Kira.
Yeah. So...
like, they do it all the time.
They expressly show you as a means of going, the new hotness is here to save the day because the old and busted couldn't take it. Literally, yeah, they do. They straight up do.
And that's why Jotaro doesn't come back for part 5, because... Yes, stopping time is better than jumping forward in time.
Like, I want to see, like, Jolene just, like, getting ready to, like, throw out fucking Stone Free, and then a train just rolls by with light shining out of it, and, like, just, what the fuck are you you gonna do about that? Like, you're done. Yeah.
I'm gonna throw a baseball.
Okay, now flip the script and go the opposite way with it and say,
have the later protagonists fight earlier villains.
Then what happens? Is it the same?
Absolutely.
Is it the crunch? It's
Joseph would have had
crush?
Dio done in like a second. Joseph at the beginning, and Joseph at episode
dealing with
deals with Straits, and Straits is stronger than Dio was.
He's a vampire. Yeah,
and that's step one.
Yeah.
Jotaro versus everyone
of the Pillar Men.
Shut up.
No, I don't know if without time stop.
Dude, stands. Remember, the Pillar Men wouldn't be able to see.
They would not be able to. Yes, but could they murder him fast enough?
No, because it's magic. And he had Giorno going up against Dio. Well, that actually doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay, Jotaro versus Santana's nothing. Jotaro versus the individual Pillar Men is probably nothing. The group would be something.
Yeah. Against supercars.
Against supercars.
See, that's a tough one.
That's
actually
because
tough.
you cannot fix that situation.
Supercars has durability things.
Supercars has to leave the arena for the fight to be won.
However, Josuke against supercars, laughable. Think about all the dumb
Josuke versus Dio in Egypt.
Yeah, he'd be dead.
Dio wins that.
Yeah. Well, that's why those characters leave. That's why that power goes away.
Kira versus what was it? The other way. Giorno versus Kira.
Oh, no problem.
Does
I didn't explode. That was my ass turned into a ladybug. Like,
but we're dealing with we're dealing with like we're dealing with current.
Oh, current
Giorno. I don't know what he does about that.
I don't know. It's tough.
You know what I mean? And then what's after that? Jolene versus. Jolene gets fucked up by Diavolo.
Come on,
Jolene gets fucked up by Diavolo. That doesn't work either. I don't think that works out. And then
that's dumb.
And then
mixing and matching these lets you really see how, man, the heroes sure were lucky that everything turned out just the way that it did, in just the right order with just the right people.
Yeah.
That's the nature of heroism, luck.
Johnny and the Breaker Baller versus Over Heaven.
Yeah, see, now I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
Or Made in Heaven, I should say. No.
I still think my favorite
can't do it
thing of all of this.
Actually, it falls apart going the other way.
My favorite part of all of this is that it did get tried once with Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Joseph didn't get any weaker. He is just as smart, and he is just as tough, and his ripple shit is just as cool in part 3 as it is at the end of part 2. But stands are dumb.
Okay, but wait, though. But hold on, though. But what about the Sword of Luck and Pluck?
What about it?
That can beat any stand user. Oh, God. Just any of these whack, crazy, time-speeding bosses.
I mean, Christ, dude. They even
just get it like, nah, but this sword, though. They
even do it a little bit in part 3, where Vanilla Ice turns into a vampire, and the fact that he's a vampire is a trivial concern compared to the fact that he's teleporting around with his bullshit stand.
Yeah.
I feel like they make him a vampire just for the cool scene of him cutting his own fucking head off, because that's dope, right? But, like, that doesn't factor into shit. It doesn't factor in at all, because who cares?
God damn, poor Jonathan.
I don't think they even fucking mention the word vampire about Dio ever in the anime of part 3. Cause stands, bro. Stands are crazy.
In the end, like, the heroes are made to upshow the last villain you saw.
In their last moment.
But they're absolutely made to just barely deal with their current villain.
The very specific problem.
And there's nothing they could do about the next one.
Yeah, because it's weird, different.
So Upwards is a squash match.
Yeah.
Here, is like a main event,
Yeah.
and then going downwards is reverse squash.
Well, see, the thing is
9-1 matchup.
and this is the great thing about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is that yes, there are dudes that are just tougher and have better stuff than other dudes.
Broken shit.
But most of the time what it comes down to is the weird interaction between stupid ideas.
Yeah.
Relying on the ingenuity. Like, there's people that you look at, this person could never beat that person ever, right? But there's people that go, this person shouldn't be able to beat this person, but because they did this stupid bullshit, they were able to manage it.
And the problem also arises when you look at how certain fights are actually only concluded by you didn't win rules, right?
Starfinger, the worst power.
That lava, that volcano explosion created a ring out that allowed...
No, dude, it was a prophecy or some shit.
You could, like, there was nothing else there.
Yeah.
And or just other levels of you actually didn't win.
You actually totally lost and got super lucky.
Completely, utterly, completely lost.
Yeah.
There was nothing there for you. The only win is where the camera decides to go next.
Yeah.
You know, it's actually quite tragic. So, yeah, that's kind of funny to think about. Anyway.
Everyone's really lucky that things turned out just so. Like, man, we were complaining about fucking Game of Thrones contrivances. Fucking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is literally nothing but contrivances.
So here's my one other question. I don't know if you knew up until this week or if you read it in advance, but how do you feel about the truth behind stands? Did you catch all that up until
they're from space.
Did you know about that?
I knew a little bit.
Okay. The truth behind it.
So the way that I interpret that is that is a key that unlocks shit that's been there the whole time, right? It's not granting things, but it is unlocking things.
And Araki has already said that, like, Hammond and stand powers are connected.
Okay, that makes sense.
And the mask and, like, same source. You know what I mean? It's like you're not looking at multiple.
That's why this
things.
shit didn't exist a billion years back in the day, and it seems to be becoming more and more and more and more common as it goes on. Whatever. It's magic. Who cares?
Exactly.
It's fucking dumb magic. Yeah. It's ghosts.
And of course it's what isn't, and for blah, the whole like they're drawn together thing is
shut up.
Just
shut up.
Yeah. Cool beans. Cool.
So if you want to find out more about Wooly's thoughts on fighting games and other assorted things, possibly more Game of Thrones rants, impromptu, where would you see that shit, Wools?
That'd be Wooly Versus on YouTube, and Wooly Versus on Twitch.
That's good stuff.
Alongside Let's Plays and a couple other things. Gonna be working a lot more. Reggie's got a much more clearer schedule to
good.
record some stuff, so we're gonna be working together on some more projects and having some fun with that. So yeah, more LPs are coming and more streams coming soon. And yeah, get into fighting games as well is a thing. If you want to check out our semi-educational fighting game streams, usually getting on a player that is very good at the game, and Reggie and I are learning the ropes, and you can join in and learn how to lab in a given fighting game by checking out Get Into Fighting Games.
Okay. And if people want to check out my bullshit, I'm streaming over at twitch.tv/angriestpat. This week, by the way, Wooly, I'll talk about it more probably next week or the week after. Plague's Tale, A Plague Tale. That game is fucking awesome. That game is the shit.
I saw one GIF.
Yeah. Is it the rats doing rat shit?
No, it was just a lady walking.
Okay, that game's fucking rad. I'm playing that this week. I'm also playing Hat in Time, which cool. Got around to it. That's great. Yeah. On Thursday, I'm gonna be doing. There's a Final Fantasy 14 live letter, which is basically talking about all the Clash shit. So I'm gonna watch that live, and then probably play a bit after. And just I'm calling it Q&A because there's a feature that they're gonna add which makes it more single player.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, tons of people are much more interested.
Cool.
So I'll be doing that, and then on Friday, I forget what the other one is. Oh, Yakuza, of course.
And where's that?
That's at twitch.tv/angryspat.
There you go.
Also, I've been invited and will be guest starring. I'm not sure the date and time quite yet this week on another one of Quiet Shy's art streams. So I'm gonna talk some stupid shit over there.
Right on.
So check. I'll tweet that out when we got details.
Yep. Someone in the chat just asked, do Skullgirls, and I've been meaning to do Skullgirls. The problem is that there's pretty much no Skullgirls players in the city. That's the biggest problem. There's like one person, and I'm trying to track them down.
Well, that's what happens when your game's not good enough to go to Evo. I'm sorry, Mike.
Low-hanging
everyone. Fruit. I'm sorry.
Low-hanging fruit. Like the biggest. I want to do that episode properly, which means I want to get someone around to fucking get into it. And there's one person I have in mind that I'm trying to track down, but that's the biggest difficulty. So that's how it'd be. Let's get into the news.
Hey, it's news. What's new this week?
Couple things. In particular, one. What's new this week is. Well, we might as well start with it. You are in the news.
I'm the news. Me, Pat. Well, how am I in the news?
Because an article about how the Epic Store stops you from buying games too quickly popped up on PC Games N. And they apparently reported on someone's issue.
Is that a photo of my tweet?
It appears to be an issue of the Epic Store where one Patrick Boivin had some trouble purchasing video games.
So, I'm going to set the stage for everyone here. The Epic Store had a sale, and I believe that sale is ongoing. And in a somewhat bizarre turn, Epic says, listen, guys, we're taking the discount of the sale. We're going to pay you $10, essentially, to buy any game $14.99 and over on this store, including pre-orders, right? So I go, well, okay, that's a pretty good deal. I'm going to get Borderlands eventually. Might as well get it now. I'm going to get Vampire the Masquerade 2 eventually. Might as well get it now. Boop, 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 boop. Right? Oh, here's an indie game. Here's that, whatever, right? Some of them are being discounted to like $5. Okay. Hit 5 transactions. I get a message that's in that article, in that tweet. It says, hey, man, your account's been blocked from future purchases. Please contact customer support. I go, that's weird. But okay. So I contact customer support. And to Epic's credit, I got a real email back from a human being within about 20 minutes. Saying, hey, man.
How much money was it?
Like 5 games. I bought Borderlands. I bought Vampire. I bought the season pass for Metro. It was like $200, $300 maybe total.
Yep.
Like just 3 big games and 2 indies, right? So not like $1,000 or anything like that. It's like, no, it's pre-orders, and if I don't want them later, I'll just fucking refund them. Who gives a shit, right? And I go, hey man, what's up? I bought these games. So you're not allowed. They go, oh, hey, we're really sorry about that. Hey, I need you. I'm gonna pass this on. We're gonna get this done with. So about 7 hours go by, and I get an email from a man in fraud and billing who goes, we're really sorry about what happened to your account. We've reinstated the ability to make purchases, so you'll be able to continue to enjoy the sale, as it is. And I go, okay. But then I think to myself, wait, I got contacted by the fraud and billing department? That means that the fact that I bought 5 games during the sale tripped fraud protection on the store. So here's a couple takeaways from that train. 1, they're having a sale in which it's scary to the company that people would buy a couple games. 2, I made these purchases on an Epic account that is email verified and has active two-factor authentication, with my payment method being my PayPal account, which is also two-factor verified, and I had to log in 3 times during this process. Also, the reason why it was 5 separate purchases instead of one, say, $270 purchase is because there is no shopping cart still, despite the fact that they're having a big fucking sale.
So every purchase has to be
Every purchase is a separate
processed.
transaction. So I look at the thing and I get 5 different emails. Go PayPal, 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 PayPal. Right? Right? And finally, so I waited. I'm like, okay, I'll go back to looking for sales. And then about half an hour later, after spending what I think is a total of $400, I bought every single game of value off the Epic Game Store, showing off that when I had gotten that fraud protection thing happen, I had bought about 60% of the store's, like, what I'm going to call actual catalog, which is upcoming games that look cool or the exclusives that they've ran under. That store has less than 80 games on it total. That's weird. And then, and here's where we go into more news, because this, I looked and went, wow, it sure is lucky that I bought Borderlands and Vampire within 6 hours of the sale going live. Because not only is the sale not good for those anymore, those games have now been pulled from the Epic Game Store, which leads to another conclusion, that the system that Epic is using for their sales is so inflexible that the only way to turn the sale off for those games
is to
have removed them from the store.
I can't believe, I actually can't believe that I've never seen like this type of like fuck up, or this type of like shoddy built together fucking stick hut up for business trying to cram diamonds into its coffers. Like,
yeah.
Like you're buying exclusives and you're trying to push this as if it were up and functioning, and like your house
have a sale when this is all happening.
Like the building is sinking into the fucking foundation.
Grand opening.
You know what I mean? Like like the soil is soft. Right? The building is falling over and you're trying to cram, like,
get those flyers out there. We need people in the door.
Oh my god. And more exclusives all the time, like trying to
now,
set
mine's the one that
gotta fight Steam.
So
fight Steam.
Mine's the one that kind of blew up, I guess. But like that's only because I'm sure a lot of people, if they were gonna pre-order Borderlands on the Epic Store, they probably did it when it got announced and they knew it wasn't going to come to Steam, and they just bit the bullet and did it, right? I just happened to go, fuck it, everything's on sale. I waited till the right time, right? There's probably like thousands of people whose accounts had the exact same fucking thing happen to them. And depending on the timing, they would have actually missed out on these sales. The Vampire and Borderlands sales were up for less than a day.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They were up for less than a day before getting pulled by their own publishers. But here's the question, and Hades is even weirder. Hades, the early access game by Supergiant Games, which is a fantastic game, even in its early access state, was kicked down to $7 as a result of this sale. But something weird happened. Suddenly, it wasn't $7. Suddenly, it was $15, despite being on sale. That's weird. It was $10 off. Well, Hades had been running a sale where it was $3 off, so it would be $17 from its earlier $20. And then $10 off from the Epic Store made it $7. But now it's $15. Why is that? That's because its actual real price got kicked up to $25 in the middle of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I'd like to point out that saying that things are on sale when you doubled saying something 50% off and doubling its price right before it goes on sale so that it's actually the same cost and saying it's 50% off is illegal in most countries. It's a form of false advertising. So when people noticed this about Hades, they went, hey, what the fuck? That is bullshit. That is bullshit. And then what ended up happening is they took the original discount off. They put the price back to fucking $20, and I think you can buy it for 10 or 15 or whatever the fuck it is now. Right? And everyone wagged their fingers at Supergiant. And they were about to get way madder. Right up until anecdotal pieces of information started coming out where the reason why companies are pulling their games or pulling price shenanigans is because Epic said, oh, we're going to take the hit off the $10 for the sale.
Yes.
We don't actually have to tell anyone that their games are going on sale.
Because I was going to ask, like, is this a case of, or does this look like a case of, here's the sales plan, here's where we'll pass the savings on to you.
Yeah.
We'll take the hit.
They are straight up paying customers to buy games on their store. They're paying you $10.
And
right?
then on paper it looked great, and then they realized there was something about it that was unsustainable?
No. It's the fact that people over at Paradox woke up in the morning and went, wait, hey, did you guys put Vampire on sale? Why is it on sale? Now everyone's going to be pissed at us when the sale ends. And Vampire is being sold on like GOG and shit like that, right? And it's going to be $60 there forever. So when that game comes out, it's going to get slammed because they jacked up the price, is how people are going to feel. Hades, which is an early access title, goes, shit, people think our game is worth fucking $7 now. And they can't undo it. They can't undo it.
And I don't know if there's anything like Steam Spy for other platforms.
There isn't.
But there's but like price tracking, you can see like the value of the game go up and down over time as sales happen to see what it was at its lowest versus what it was at its highest.
And here's the best part about it. So let's take Paradox, for example. They're the publishers behind Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, right? At 2.
Yep.
They don't know about the sale. They freak out, and they pulled it, right? Same thing with 2K. They pulled Borderlands, which is really funny because Randy Pitchford made and deleted a tweet making fun of the whole situation.
That's part 3, yeah.
Right? But let's take Vampire. They pull it.
Sure.
Well, okay, it's only $10 and 50, 60. That's not that big of a deal. Unless you happen to live in Turkey or Russia, in which $10 USD were getting knocked off the regional prices, making the Russian and Turkish versions of the game only cost $5.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. They fucked up the money.
Because the Epic Store doesn't have regional currency.
Oh, no. They didn't do the translate. Oh, no. Oh, my God.
So Paradox says, we want to put games out in Turkey and Russia, and I'm sure there's a couple other countries that I'm forgetting, but those are the 2 that I saw the data on. And they go, listen, we can price it in rubles, Russian rubles, for what is the equivalent of $15 USD. We're going to price it lower regionally because piracy is a big concern there, and we want to put it there, and average income, yada, 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 yada. But $10 off in the US and Canada and the UK is not the same as $10 off in the Eastern Bloc.
Oh, my God.
So all of a sudden, they're having a situation where the game is now seen as actually valueless in countries that it was already a fight to have it seen as having any value at all. So now, if you can't get it for $5 during that one day, people in Russia are going to go, well, why the fuck don't I pirate it? The game's only worth $5 anyway.
Wow.
It's such a mess. This is a sale in which Epic paid me $10 to buy Borderlands from them, which is exclusive to their store. And it's a disaster.
And this is completely outside of everything up to this week we've been talking about of the store itself just not functioning.
Yeah, the store's just bad. It's a bad store.
Like this is a brand new issue with the way you're trying.
Why have a sale when the store is like this? And I'll tell you why. Because the way Epic is running their store is literally just somebody is running the team on the launcher, right? I'm going to assume that person's really frustrated because they don't have the resources they need. And they go, dude, give me more dudes, give me more time, give me more computers, whatever I need, right? To make this store go fast. And they go, that's not important. You know what is important? Let's just literally throw money into the street with little stickers on them that say Epic Store. And it blows up.
You ever hear about Steve Jobs losing his mind, going off on the team at Apple over Mobile Me?
I do not.
Okay, because, I mean, the short version of it is just he walked in one day and went, hey, what the fuck does Mobile Me do? And everyone was like, oh, well, it's like, does it work? And they're like, well, not really. There's problems. It's like, so then why are we pushing it down everyone's throats? And just stuttering and stammering for hours as they basically went, shut this thing down. Just shut it the fuck down.
Just kill it.
Just kill. What are we doing? We're pushing a thing that doesn't work at people aggressively, acting like it does, and it doesn't do anything. Like if your store sucked and they were like, well, it exists and we're working on it, that's one thing. But the aggressive, cocky swagger, the cocksure manner at which Epic Game Store is strolling down the street and kicking your door in to offer you exclusives as it all fucking falls apart underneath the scenes is amazing.
Two things about this. One, so this is pure ignorance of running a store. If you're going to put people's shit on sale, you might want to inform them that their shit is going to go on sale. Because maybe, for whatever reason or whatever, they don't like that.
Price perception exists. It's a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Send out an email a couple weeks ago. Done. Handle it as it comes in. Number 2, have a sale where people are ostensibly going to want to buy more than one thing once a shopping cart has been added to your store so that people can make singular transactions of the things that they want. That's not even say spend money on the development. I'm saying literally don't do a sale until the sale part works. Done. That's 2 things. Now, I'm not a businessman. I'm a YouTube twitchy fuck. I know this.
You are a twitchy fuck.
You know this. Average person on the street know this. Hey, Wooly, we're going to have... Hey, you know what this is? I run a hat store. I'm going to have a big fucking sale. Every hat's 50% off. No, I don't have a cash register or an Interact machine. I'm just putting it in a bowl underneath the counter. But come on in.
Monorail, 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 monorail.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What a mess.
And it seems like the business plan is to continue being aggressive about the store. So why there will be no back down.
No.
There will just be further stories.
Yeah.
And one might suppose a clock reset will be in order.
This is super bad.
Because the
clock reset like 5 times within 6 hours. It's so crazy.
A bad product is being aggressively marketed.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, it doesn't go up from here. It really, really doesn't. And yeah, I really hate the fact that Hades is stuck in an abusive household.
Well, I mean, dude, I'm a Borderlands and fucking Obsidian fan. Think how I feel about that shit with Outer Worlds and Borderlands.
Get them on console when it happens.
So for those of you at home who are listening to the audio version of the podcast, my eyes and nostrils just flared in astonishment. Go fuck yourself. It's so I think Shy put out a tweet that was really on point, which was she took a screenshot of 2 fanboys arguing and calling each other names. Like, the Epic Game Store appears to be console wars, but just dumber. Just stupider on every level. Could you imagine if this story was like about Microsoft or Sony?
Wait, implying there are people defending it?
Oh, Wooly. It's full on fucking Steam Epic fanboy shit war.
But I don't understand.
It's so
it
pathetic.
functionally does not function. it does the product does not work. Like you can't have a
Wooly,
console war
Wooly,
if you hit the Sega Genesis power button
Wooly,
and it doesn't turn on.
I have a phrase for you that, while technically having nothing to do with this, will illuminate for it, and it's your Marvel bias is showing.
But if I opened up my Marvel comic and there was
Wooly,
nothing printed on the pages,
Wooly,
it wouldn't be a war. Like, DC wins because there's a comic in the book.
Wooly, you are too old and mature to understand fanboy shitheels anymore.
If I walked into a theater for a DCU movie and nothing played, and then I got kicked in the shin on the way out, and they said, yeah, now we got your money, thanks. Like, that's not a war.
So I need to point out that as a person who uses the Epic launcher as a launcher to click on the game, it works fine. It works better than Origin in that respect. I even discovered that you can kill the entire application and run all those games without them even.
That's how I play Hades.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when I have to compatibility run the fucking launcher to get anything to show up.
Yeah.
And half the time there's messages with invisible accept buttons.
Still better than fucking Origin, though. Origin's the worst.
You know what? Like playing Apex and Titanfall, rest in peace. I just got used to it.
Yeah, you got used to it.
It wore down on me.
It
and it is what the fuck it is.
Yeah. It's bad. It's so bad. Do you remember
the Uplay shit
is actually totally fine now.
See, but you still have to run it in tandem with Steam?
It depends where you buy it.
Because
if you bought it through Steam, yes. If you didn't, no.
Because that's the thing I never was prepared for, was the level of like, hey, buy this game on Uplay. Now I'm gonna buy it on Steam. Okay, but you still gotta have Uplay to play it, though.
That's right.
What are you gonna? You fucking crazy?
And
then we're just gonna sell you this game and not make you fucking play it?
And you go to play it through Uplay, it says no, we have to load up Steam so it can load up Uplay.
Like, we're like we're gonna sell it to you on another platform.
It's really stupid.
But you gotta have the.
It's very dumb.
Oh man, wow! And the problem was, for a while I was denying a bunch of like access shit requests that Uplay was asking me for,
the time.
And I was like, no, you don't have my permission for any of that. And then it was like, well, then you can't run the game.
Yeah. Eat shit.
Okay, so you said it's better now?
Uplay is fine.
Okay.
It's a minor annoyance.
I'd love to see if you could put $1 to the, like, if you could put a dollar number to, like, the annoyance bucks in a way that you're getting out of people, and
Hey, Wooly, you want to?
And the goodwill that you lose in the process. It's almost always worth it, because that's how.
Do you want to know what
business works,
the wildest variation of this event is? Because I can tell you, there's a game I didn't talk about how I played. I played Rage 2. It's fine.
Oh yeah, that came out, right?
It's totally average, 6 or 7. I had some fun with it, but I'm probably not gonna go back and play it. Cool. Right? You know what's interesting about Rage 2?
Careful, they might break into our house and shout you down for for saying that. Go on.
You know what's funny about Rage 2?
Yeah.
I bought it on Steam. It's a Bethesda id Software game.
Yeah.
Bought it on Steam. You know what game you can't buy on Steam? Fallout 76. You have to buy it through Bethesda's store and launcher. So everyone assumed that when Fallout 76 came out and it was exclusive to the Bethesda launcher and their ecosystem,
that everything else
would. But no, actually. Just Fallout 76. That's weird. It's almost like they knew that thing was going to be the worst trash fire ever and made it exclusive to the one platform that you can't get refunds from.
Really?
Yeah. Almost like.
There's no return system.
No, it's their own bullshit. You can ask for a return, but they don't have a unified return policy the way Steam or Origin or Uplay or Epic has.
Do you have to convert cash into fun bucks?
I don't know.
Like, do they do... okay. Well.
You know what you do have to do is you have to leave your personal details open for people to open and close your support tickets with your address and shit in them.
Hold on a second. Can you return games to the eShop?
Which eShop?
Nintendo.
No, I don't think so.
You cannot.
Same thing with Sony. They really don't like it.
Okay.
They'll lose that battle eventually.
You mean PC platforms?
I mean PC platforms.
Yeah, okay, got it.
By the way, I should mention, I've tested the Epic Game Store's refund shit. You have to send them an email or whatever. It's similar to Steam's. It's not quite as automated, but they're working on it apparently. Yeah, they'll refund your shit. It's same rules as Steam. Under 2 hours. Under 2 weeks.
Well,
but yeah, no, like, Rage 2 coming out on Steam is like 100% confirmation that the only reason that Fallout 76 was exclusive was so that it would be harder to get a refund and so that you wouldn't be able to see user reviews for it. Because it has no, the Bethesda launcher thing has no user review function. So that when you went to go buy Fallout 76, there wasn't a little tag next to it that says, this game is dog shit, don't buy it.
This world of...
That's dirty, man. That's fucking dirty.
I mean, I think I have iterated this a couple times, but it's like Steam came along and it wrangled the Wild Wild West.
Yeah.
And, good for you, Valve, for all the problems.
And all the hard work you did.
You did it.
You're fucks now.
But you created the watering hole.
Yeah.
Right? There is nothing wrong with anyone else coming along and challenging that with what might be a better idea.
Especially now that you're letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry take a dump on that end of the fucking Oasis.
Quite
it's
frankly,
weird. Why are you letting them shit in it?
The opportunity for other people to create their own well, if need be, is part of what makes this industry work.
Yeah. Why are all these other wells so bad?
Oh, because they're poisoned.
Nah.
But you're not allowed to drink water from... If they catch you drinking water from any of those other wells, and you come back to this one, you're getting kicked in the balls.
You know what's really depressing?
Yeah.
So there's a launcher that we never talk about. It's the good old games launcher.
GOG, yeah, GOG.
It's the Galaxy launcher.
Yep.
Right? Galaxy launcher is stable.
Yep. No
Works
problems.
well,
Never
has
had
good cloud saves, good options.
Never had any issues with it.
Totally optional.
Yep.
You don't have to actually even use it.
DRM free.
I think CD Projekt reported a total profit on goodoldgames.com of about 4,800 USD last year.
Okay.
For the year.
Okay.
So, while I do appreciate the amazing and customer forthright stance of anti-DRM that Good Old Games puts forth, the catalog they show off and the features that they have don't seem to be doing them a whole lot of good. Now, granted, this is really important. A Witcher game didn't come out last year.
No. But they can buy a really nice laptop.
They sure can. Maybe. Depending on import costs to the Czech Republic.
Okay. Well, here's...
Isn't that a fucking bummer, though?
That's really sad, but also completely understandable, and goes back to what I was saying about annoyance bucks and goodwill, where there's a part of business
it means nothing.
where you have to do that, and we know that because we've been born on exclusives. We understand how.
Poland, my bad, not Czech Republic.
We understand how that works. We understand that there's a nature here where you're trying to be competitive and whatnot, but it's just ridiculous when you're doing that and you're a car salesman slapping the car going, this bad boy, and before you can tell us how much can fit in it, the wheels fall off, and you're like, where are you going? Get back here. Get in the fucking car.
Listen.
It's wild that you're going to push it as if it works when it doesn't.
Listen.
And you have no choice because you've already rolled.
Wooly, we're going to go down to the old Polish ice cream shop where Mama CD and Papa Projekt are making some artisanal ice cream. They give you the good cone.
They have no spoons. They scrape it with the flat thing.
Yeah, they do that thing, and you're like, oh, this place is so good. And in comes the epic cream mart and moves right next door and says, there's only vanilla, but it's free. And the cones suck, and the floor is kind of sticky. But it's free ice cream.
It sure is. Yeah. Anyway, so here's what's going down, we've already gotten a sniff and a whiff of this earlier when olive branches were reached out across the aisle with Nintendo and Microsoft.
Yeah.
Now Sony is coming to play.
This story is so awesome.
Because this week there's an announcement that Sony and Microsoft announce a partnership for cloud gaming and content streaming solutions.
Using Microsoft Azure platform, which is their server shit.
Yeah. So
the cloud, actually, is called Azure. You know what the best part about this story is? This is a partnership between Microsoft and Sony.
Yeah.
Not Microsoft and Sony Computer Entertainment, who apparently did not know about this.
That's hilarious. That's fucking wild.
Straight over their fucking heads.
That is wild, and that is such a Microsoft move to do.
Oh my god, dude.
That is such an MS thing to do, 100%. You mean the company that makes hospital equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like
insurance?
Bravia TVs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
They don't do that anymore.
No, clearly not.
But, like...
wow.
Because now what's going to come down is the people who work at Sony Computer Entertainment, who are behind that cloud gaming shit, are going to get a message from on high corporate saying, oh, we're using the Azure shit now. What? Yeah. You mean our direct competitor?
Pepsi announces landmark deal with Coca-Cola Bottling Company.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, like
what? This is amazing. And this is also really confusing as to like, what does this actually do? What does this do?
I suspect this is I'm looking at this as potential positioning for like Fuck Stadia Coalition.
Yeah, maybe.
But
real games.
Yeah, I mean, possibly.
Real games of gamers.
Possibly.
Yeah, whatever. I don't think they're that worried.
Whatever.
But whoever at Microsoft went smart. Good job. Smart.
Oh boy.
Also, somewhat terrifying, as we're seeing with Disney. Big companies love monopolies, and more business dealings between Sony and Microsoft is in a way genuinely worrying.
Well,
because Nintendo's always going to be Nintendo, so that's fine. And as cool as the Micro-Sony Playbox or X Station would be as the one console, whatever, competition's good.
Okay. Right now, we're currently in a slow generation.
Yeah, well, we're at the tail end.
Yeah.
But what next gen shit announced soon, I think.
But we're starting to get the news of PS5 and all that rolling out with the
getting rumbles,
little bits and so on. But
rumbles are around.
But I mean, we are solidly like the gen that we're in has been at its set places for a while,
and it also got like extended because of the Pro and the Scorpio and all that.
That's what I was gonna say, is that like we took a half step forward with these in between consoles, right? It wasn't enough to get Microsoft back where they were, and the fumbles they made with the Xbone continued.
That's a long time ago now.
Continued forward, and they never recovered.
Yeah,
right.
Just like Sony never recovered from the Cell processor in the entire PS3 era.
But they're clearly positioning themselves for something next gen that we don't know what it is exactly, but like they're getting friendly with their competitors in a way that makes me wonder if they're gonna even be like competing in the same way.
So what's interesting to me is that I did an interview a million years ago, right when the online shit happened. Forget the guy's name. I think it was Rocket whatever. But it's the first time that I ever talked about how the fact that the game industry goes in waves. Fucking Nintendo shits its pants and denies the Sony CD deal, right? Sega puts out the Saturn and shits its pants in its own way. Sony PlayStation happens. Next time rolls over the Microsoft, the PlayStation. Next time the PS3, and that it's like every generation is the last market leader shits itself because they get all cocky and evil.
The next best competitor stands around.
Doesn't do anything, doesn't really change anything, just acts normal.
Earns the crown by standing still.
Right.
Yeah.
again, Sony has gotten really weird and fucky over 1 year, the past year. The weird San Francisco, like we initially wrote off as a joke with the anime titty shit, is getting like weirder and weirder. And
is there follow-ups going on?
Oh, dude, it's constant. They changed. There was some fucking Omega Labyrinth changed the name of the game to just be Labyrinth because the Omega symbol looks like boobs on the title.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm serious. Like they want to change the names of they want to clean up video games, and what's genuinely kind of offensive to me is that the word from people that talk to them is that Sony put this mandate down to clean up the shit because of the Me Too movement, which I feel is a gross, callous, and insensitive actual understanding of what any of that shit is about. Me Too movement isn't about anime titty games. It's about people being fucking pieces of shit.
I would say so, yeah.
So what the fuck does because corporate motherfuckers go, we're gonna look like we're gonna clean it up, but also we realize that it looks weird that we're gonna everybody shut. It's fucking weird.
I haven't followed these details, what would happen here, but like, I'm really surprised to hear that continued.
Oh, yeah. But the reason why you don't hear about it is because if your developer is the one that goes and talks to people about it, you might get blacklisted because it's supposed to be secret.
Okay, but the topic we were on was the
also,
next generation.
Yeah. Also, Sony's being a bunch of dicks with crossplay shit. Right.
That was happening. Yeah, that was happening too.
And like you know what we're seeing?
Are you think you spelling the doom of Valeria here?
We're seeing Sony go back to being Sony. Because Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo and Epic and Valve, they're all evil fucking money grubbing companies that want your shit. You remember when fucking Sony got in that shit for putting rootkits on CDs that would steal your fucking information? You remember that shit?
So is it gonna be like? Are we gonna literally be in a situation where it's like we gotta wait for the even number consoles?
Yes. You remember when Microsoft got hit with all those fucking antitrust monopoly shit in Europe because they kept bundling Internet Explorer with fucking Windows to try and kill Chrome? Every time. And like, seriously though, think about it. PS2, Xbox 360, PlayStation 4. And probably the next Xbox.
Wii, 3DS, Switch.
Yeah, well, Nintendo is
on their own weird path
they're in
as
their
usual.
own universe.
But
they don't know what's happening.
But in their own continuity, they get defeated by nothing.
Yeah.
Like the Wii U got defeated by nothing.
The Wii U was defeated by nothing.
You can't it's still there. It
Yeah. The Wii U was defeated by apathy. That's really good.
Oh, fuck. Is it... Well, I'm trying to remember. I think someone had... God, it's been so long, but it's a Homer versus Frederick Tatum.
Yeah.
Except they just photoshopped Frederick Tatum out, so Homer's just getting punched by nothing.
Yeah.
And then falls over
That's
and gets
the Wii U.
airlifted out.
That's the Wii U.
Oh, God, man. Yeah. So yeah, this next gen
is gonna probably Sony's gonna try and probably pull some of the stuff that Microsoft tried to pull last time without a hint of irony, and Microsoft's gonna go, hey, do you guys like Xbox? We're gonna put out a new Xbox, and everyone's gonna go, yeah, Xbox, I had a 360, and that's it.
Maybe they'll even make a snide video about how to share games with your friends.
For real. Every time.
God, that feels like a dream.
Yeah, it feels so long ago.
That video of them handing the PS4 game over in response to the fucking disc installation. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So, but all that to say that I feel like this partnership positioning that we're seeing, we've never seen before.
Yeah. This I feel is Microsoft going, we want to be the guys who play nice with everybody, and if you play games on Xbox, you can play them with everyone.
This also seems to be Microsoft possibly wanting a future where cross-platform not only exists in multiple huge Fortnite type situations,
but they're the ones running it. Like literally, they're literally going to be running it now with the Azure shit.
with yeah. In this case,
theirs.
yes. But the like it might be either a like consoles unite type thing, or it might be I talked about it a while ago, and I still think there's thoughts out there of just like if there's other games that are as big as Fortnite that are as like just omnipresent, that exist on all platforms where you're an idiot to not participate.
Well, the place to play will be on your Microsoft,
where we have these incentives for you.
And when you play it on Microsoft, because they're already literally doing that with Fortnite. To play it on Xbox One X, where it's the best way to play it, and you can play it with everybody, and yada yada yada, right?
And we're gonna crowbar the other platforms when they run it through our shit.
Yeah,
I know.
It's smart, and it's also like hey, power to the players. Am I right?
Yep.
Yeah. No. It's fascinating.
And if you don't get along, we'll go over your heads.
So I would like to add an extra sentence to something that you said because it feels more appropriate to Microsoft, where you say consoles unite under Microsoft.
Rise up. Yeah.
Rise up underneath Microsoft.
It's a different way to play the game.
Yeah.
Cuphead's getting on Switch, and I'm sure anyone who has a Switch is like, I like Cuphead.
That game's cool.
That's it.
Thumbs up.
End of thought.
Yeah, Microsoft's been doing this shit for a while. Remember when they bought Minecraft? Mm-hmm. And then they kept selling Minecraft on everything? Because it makes them a shit zillion dollars? That's probably the genesis of this idea. Which is ironically kind of like...
man. I remember when they bought Bungie, and people were mad about that.
And now people are mad that they let Bungie go. Real mad, actually.
So the other bit is that besides this coalition,
coalition of the clueless, here.
The ministry and the corporation have joined, and now they're the corporate ministry. Besides that, there's Sony announced that there is a new branch called PlayStation Productions.
The fuck is this?
It will be a branch that is specifically for adapting games to TV and in-house film.
Well, this will be dead in 3 years.
So basically,
mark that on your calendars.
Assad and Sean Layden are behind PlayStation Productions.
Monday, May 20th of 2022.
Cross media.
This shit will have been shut down.
PlayStation Plus programming fizzled out.
This is where Sean went. Sean Layden?
Seems so.
I enjoy your tenor at a new successful mobile game company in 5 years, Sean.
See, it depends, because, I guess it depends on what they put out and whether it's shit or not. Quite simply.
I have less than zero faith in this. I have anti-faith in this product.
Yeah. As the article kind of like hints at, it's like if God of War winds up on HBO,
yeah,
then we're gonna be in a whole different world. But
this is Castlevania. This is what caused this. It's Castlevania, and the incessant rumors about Zelda on Netflix.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ratchet and Clank happened.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that other one. What was the other one that happened?
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
Sly Cooper.
Did it?
Yep.
Are you sure?
No. No.
Because I think you're right, but I'm not sure either.
I am not sure.
Oh, this is going to be so bad. This is going to be so fucking bad.
Anyway. Remember Lords of the Fallen 2?
I do.
Lords of the Fallen 2 has dropped their developer, Defiant Studios.
That's interesting.
Publisher CI Games has dropped Defiant Studios as the developer of Lords of the Fallen 2. The publisher is retaining the shit, obviously, but they're like, that game's not going great right now.
Defiant, are they the same people who did...
The termination of the agreement was submitted due to inadequate execution of Defiant at a key work stage, milestone 11, in the so-called vertical slice. They're throwing them under the bus.
That must have been a bad...
super
That
hard.
must have been a fucking disastrous vertical slice.
They're throwing them under the bus super hard in a very public manner.
Are they the people who made Lords of the Fallen 1?
Bruh, I am not finished.
Oh, there's more?
The quality of the work was lower than expected by the company, as precisely described in the agreement, despite 3 calls to improve the quality of the stage of work.
Whoa.
Dude. Like, the bus has been thrown under the bus.
Oh my goodness.
A double-decker is now on the scene. Yeah.
So they are not the people who made Lords of the Fallen 1. They were a new company brought in to do Lords of the Fallen 2 because the Lords of the Fallen guys are doing... they did Surge. God, they're doing something else now. I forget.
Hold on. Quick search.
They're doing Surge 2.
Oh, okay.
They're doing Surge 2. So, what's really funny to me is Bandai Namco, right? Is the big ass company behind this that is pissed that these guys make the bad game. Let's put some pieces together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bandai Namco gets the publishing rights to Dark Souls, right?
Well, specifically CI Games here.
CI Games?
CI Games.
What the fuck's CI Games?
Are the folks that are
I thought fucking Lords of the Fallen was a Bandai Namco game.
Publisher CI Games has dropped Defiant Studios.
Did the fucking title get fucking thrown over? What the fuck?
I mean, that's what. These are.
CI Games.
I mean, CI Games is CY Games, which is like which is like a whole different thing.
Was that not a fucking Bandai Namco game?
Well, fact
no, it was a CI Games game.
CI Games.
The fuck? I thought that was a Bandai Namco game.
Publishers of. We're pulling it up here. Yeah.
I'm thinking of Code Vein.
Sniper Ghost Warrior.
Weird.
Yeah, you might be thinking of Code Vein. That's definitely Bandai Namco.
Yeah, okay.
But
well, then fuck me. They wanted the Dark Souls money, and then the developer did well and went on to do their own thing.
Yep, the first Lords of the Fallen, 100%.
Wow, weird.
Although that is a Bandai Namco logo on the cover there.
Okay.
So hold on a second.
Come on.
Yeah. Multiple publishers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not totally nuts.
No. In fact, region specific.
Region specific. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Europe, Square Enix, CI Games, Bandai.
Because Bandai Namco, now I remember why. They must have published it in certain regions. And I remember being weirded out because it's like, you're publishing this, but you're also publishing Dark Souls. That seems like a bit of a overlap. And now they're publishing, and I think they're developing Code Vein as well.
They are publishing Code Vein.
Right.
But yeah.
And then From Software goes and works with Activision. And all I can think of is like, man, they're never getting From Software back in that fucking studio publishing house ever again.
Well, they can acquire all the other Souls games they want to create a nice big Souls
I think
umbrella.
they actually are.
The whole thing with this though is that it seems like CI Games is the ones calling the shots as to who's developing the literal sequel. And, they're basically, of course, fighting back and saying we categorically disagree with the portrayal.
I don't know, man. That's some fucking... I've never seen shit thrown like that in the whole industry ever.
Public. It's like, bruh. The team that was working on the project was comprised of exceedingly talented developers whose work was we still fully stand behind. Our team knows how to build quality games as evident in their key roles in Just Cause 3, Advanced Warfare, COD Advanced Warfare, Far Cry 5, DMC Devil May Cry, and many other top-tier products.
Oh, that's an amazing...
Yeah.
Just Cause 3 sucks, by the way.
We intend to abide by our contractual confidentiality obligations.
All right, show the vertical slice.
Yeah.
Show it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Show the fucking slice. Show us how badass it is.
But like they straight up are just going like, "Hey guys, this game is not on track, and you know who to blame. You know who to blame right here. These guys fucked up. Fuck them, like outright."
That's
bordering on unprofessional.
It's way border. It's like
Depending,
this.
But is there a caliber of absolute clusterfuck in your brain?
Like, we don't want anyone to work with these guys again, but they'll get fucked. If they try to
Where
work
it's
with these
justified. Like,
I don't know,
is there a potential absolute
a big
dumpster fire?
A big publisher taking a dump on a company like this could probably kill the company.
So I mean, they obviously have worked with, like, they listed their credentials there just to let anyone who's reading this and
Those
potentially
games came
interested, as to let them know, hey guys, hey, whoa, we have a resume. But yeah, usually when a vertical slice doesn't fucking live up, you just go, well, thank God it was a vertical slice, and we don't have to sink any further money into the matter.
Yeah,
you know, with them,
you got to give a real raw show of that fucking slice for them to go, you're all fired, and we're gonna tell everyone that this vertical slice was ass.
Yep. Now we're gonna vertically slice you in the taint.
Like, for real. Like, Anthem came out.
Yeah. No, that was a bit wild how they just fucking just went for it.
Has that game been shown off once ever? I don't think so.
No, there's no footage of it.
All right.
There's no footage of it. We're still using images from the first game.
Yeah, that's why I asked. I saw that the image was the title guy of the first game. I was like,
and in similar, whatever you want to call it, news. Although I didn't really remember this announcement until, actually, no, we might have talked about it. But anyway, 2 years ago, Square Enix opened up something called Studio Istolia.
Sure they did.
And they announced something called Project Prelude Rune. And
it's dead now?
Yeah, well, yes. And a month ago, the one of their key dudes left, and he's the guy behind the Tales of series.
Sure.
And basically this seemed to be a new thing from that the guy who's, I think is it Hideo Baba? Yes, Hideo Baba, who left. And so if you're a Tales of fan, I guess you might have been looking forward to this, but he left, and then a month later the studio shuts down, and this whole thing was like, it never happened. And
that feels like a man literally like holding two edges of the world together, and the instant he leaves, the whole place falls apart.
And you have 4 weeks of weird nervous glances around the office.
What are we working on?
Yeah, and you don't know what's going to happen, and then the heads above are not really telling anybody anything, and then you find out all in one meeting, and then you go box your shit and leave. Yeah, so that is unfortunate for anyone who's a Tales of fan.
People are saying that Baba's the one who ruined Tales.
Oh.
That he is a big hack.
I'm not too well versed on the Tales of series, so that's a different side of the story.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Well, either way, RIP Studio Istolia.
I don't know who they are.
And you never will.
I can't remember what that game is. What is it called? Prelude to Rune?
And you never will.
All right, it's gone. That will assuredly be gone forever by the time I get home.
I didn't get to check it out yet, but there's apparently a whole bunch of footage of Granblue Fantasy Versus with Daigo versus Fuudo, playing it for a solid 20 minutes, and you get to see some proper gameplay sets between the two.
See anime phone characters doing their anime phone thing.
And this is the longest look we've had at the game, because up until now it's just been those really, really brief trailers.
Hey, that looks like an Arc Sys fucking fighting game.
Yep. These characters are wild, and I've been getting a slight rundown from my Granblue buddies that have been fucking over this mobile card game.
Yo, Granblue's the one to get into, man.
I would never in a million, but you got Arc Sys, and they're making a fighting game, so I have to. Like, I would be a fool to not.
Wait, you're gonna start playing a fucking gacha game?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm going to play the fighting game.
Okay, that's what you mean.
I'm just going, because I pick characters based on appearance and style and how much I like them.
Yeah, okay.
I'm like, if I see someone, I'm like, who the fuck is that? What's the deal with this? What's this weird cat boy?
Because the way that you said it's, I'd be a fool to not. It's like, what are you talking about?
Who's this weird cat boy, and why does he have 2 other cat boys with him? And why are they doing a jet stream attack?
You know exactly why.
I have a feeling.
You sure do.
But I don't really know why. So yeah, that's what's going down. And at the very least, one thing, I mean, I said it before and I'll say it again, this game will have fucking cash money.
Well, I'm looking at the cash money right now,
Well,
which is an exhibition match to show it off between Fuudo and Daigo. Like, this is one of the first times they've really shown the game a long period.
Not only you can fucking mark it from here. Not only will this game 100% be on the main stage at EVO the year it comes out, it might have the biggest cash bonus pot.
Oh yeah.
Added.
Oh yeah.
Regardless of entrance numbers,
that mobile money.
Regardless of actual interest,
depending on how high that money is, like entrance does sometimes correlate with the money.
Well, that's the point,
right?
That's of course.
So if you put it high enough, it'll easily crush like if it's more than twice as much as
I've talked to top players in anime games that have basically, in no uncertain words, said, I don't care if the game is ass. I'm learning how to be good at it.
Yeah.
Because Psy games.
Because money.
You would be a fool not to.
Well, you might know this or at least have an idea. What is the highest cash prize to ever come out for a fighting game tournament? What's the upper limit? Is it like $100,000?
I think it was like 100K. Yeah, it's probably like 100K. When you count all... Because sometimes different pot bonuses come from different sponsors.
Yeah.
I want to say it was probably like 100K. Capcom Cup got pretty high up there as well, but I don't think it's ever gone past that. I don't think so.
I'm seeing people in chat saying something like $100,000 for Capcom Cup.
Capcom Cup was some of the biggest digits we'd ever seen.
All right, fuck it, $250,000.
But the problem is that
Bam,
quarter
done.
mil.
$250,000.
Yeah, take what you would have spent on the whole tour and put it
into one of them.
one. Yeah.
The
problem is that like the numbers are kind of invisible because there's unclear sponsorship bonuses you don't always see. There's take homes that are not public. So see,
people are saying that Evo 2015.
I don't know if that's
had a 250K
win.
I
see that in the chat. I need to get a verification on that.
But that
might be after all the hidden things are added together.
But take whatever the highest one is, and then double it. And that's the fucking shit you're looking at here, because mobile gotcha money is fucking slot machines.
Of course.
Like, also
difference between pot bonus and pot itself.
Yeah.
Bonus is the extra they add in.
Yeah.
So if 1 million people sign up, you're obviously that's going to take home stupid money, but that's not the thing. Yeah, man. Fucking Psy games and the infinite bottomless coffers are now interested in fighting games. Let's see what they do with it, I guess.
I want to see what happens to the FGC if some really stupid number gets up there. Like, let's play fantasy game here and say that if you take first place in this fucking tournament, you walk away with $1 million.
Cool mil?
Yeah.
Cool mil.
Let's see how people act.
The stomp out.
Let's see the dirt.
Yeah.
Let's see,
I think what happens is, I think you get a solid influx of just like random new interest. Of course.
All these anime killers were just out there and we've never heard of them.
I think you see a lot of people that never get on the plane.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of online warriors start packing a suitcase.
It's $1 million, man.
And then you see a lot of really skilled people from other genres entirely. Just go
esports guys.
Hold on a second.
Cool million.
Yo, fighting games? What's up?
Because if it's a cool million, then top 8's still walking away with like $50,000 or something.
End of the day, whatever yeah. And again, if you have any transferable skills whatsoever, you would be a fool.
Because I want to see
to not try.
I want to see it get ugly. I want to see I want to see shit get super real on the stage.
Ninja wins Evo. Holy shit.
I want to
man.
hear stories about people's gas tanks getting siphoned out so they can't drive to the event, and just all sorts of fucking stupid shit.
That's the exact opposite of what would happen. It would get way more suit and tie, dude. As bigger professionals come in, the buttons would get higher and higher.
I don't know.
And you know,
I don't want to see the ghost of Marvel on stage.
Nah.
I want to see the fucking pantheon of Marvel
Dude.
roll up with their whole family.
Not gonna happen, man. Yipes' braids will get tighter and tighter, and he will get more and more professional. And it's if anything, as the money comes, shit gets cleaner and cleaner.
We talked about this 3-4 weeks ago, and we talked about what happens if Daigo or something wins an event like Street Fighter V and just gets up there and go, "Yo, man, this game is ass." You remember that joke?
Oh yeah.
Did you see that shit at the fucking Fortnite tournament?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, fine.
That's weeks ago, but who gives a
yeah,
shit?
It's old. But
Oh man.
I'm not gonna go find it, but like
that was wild.
This team won a Fortnite tournament, and the interviewer was like, "So what's next for you guys?"
I'm quitting Fortnite. This game sucks.
Whoa! Hey, hold on a minute. And then other team member.
Hey, you gotta give me a he says you gotta give me a better answer than that.
We know some. Yeah, we gotta get better than that.
Yeah, I really don't like what they're doing with the game. I think it's really bad now, and I'm gonna be looking at other places.
I think did they name drop Apex?
No, they did not.
They didn't name drop anything.
No, but they're just like
other games.
This game is not good. We're leaving. This game sucks.
Fucking live on stage
and then,
microphone in
then
hands.
it was like, well, that's it, and then it just cuts. It just cuts.
Yeah,
unbelievable. Those guys are the best. Oh,
yo, when it's real, it's real.
They
man.
finally did it. Someone finally did it.
But I just like, but at the same time,
they went back to League of Legends apparently.
Okay, they did like
they walked in from League apparently, and then beat the Fortnite shit, and then when this game sucks, went back to play League of Legends.
Like, how like ultimately though, like when I remember seeing that story and being like, top players in another game see a bunch of bullshit being rampant at that level that the company is not addressing. How surprising. You know, to some degree, it feels like
because they come in and they're not in the ecosystem.
Par for the fucking course to a degree, you know. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. Those guys are great.
Well, God bless, and Arxis, keep doing what you do. I'm gonna pick one of these weird character freaks, or pretty boy knights, or giant awesome grappler girls. Hell yeah.
You'll find somebody you like in that.
Hell yeah. I'll find something. I
actually really like that game's color palette. The blue really speaks to me. It's a nice blue.
Well, if you like that game's color palette,
is there another game with that color palette that I would like?
There's an anime with a color palette you might like.
What anime is that?
The new preview trailer for Trigger's very own Promare.
Oh, what's that about?
Was dropped with this Kamina-looking motherfucker.
That's Kamina.
And a whole bunch of like, not only is that a Kamina-looking motherfucker as their main boy, but there's a whole lot of other Trigger people.
I see
showing up that are not
just there,
but just kind of there
just
though.
Off-brand Ryuko and shit like that.
There's a motherfucking Gamagori just hanging out.
Hey, hey man, I'm Gamatori.
But they're all like doing firefighting things.
Yeah.
But more importantly, like color is the key word, and so you want to go look up the Promare anime film long promo.
Apparently, the trailer has a shit ton of spoilers in it.
It's for a long promo. I don't think it's the actual full series.
Promare. Let's look at this. I'm gonna look at color. I'm gonna look at pictures.
Just the visual.
Oh, I like it.
Strength.
Oh, I like it. It's pretty.
Of this thing is very, very different. Despite the fact that it's a clear Trigger style,
I like it.
They look like toys.
It's got pretty colors.
Everything is bright and kind of like I want to say toy palette colored. You know, palette. I keep fucking that up. Whatever. There's a lot of pastels.
Yeah.
Pastels are all over it, and it's really pretty. So this is a movie.
That's a big old movie.
Yep. And I really hope that the whole thing ends up looking as cool as this does. And yeah, you can check out what everyone's saying spoilers for the movie. Is that what they're saying? All right,
Yeah,
well, here,
turn
I'll
it
stop
off,
it
turn it
then.
off.
That's fine. It's the first 45 seconds of this thing. I checked it out. I thought it was really cool. Awesome. Very, very good looking. And yeah, motherfucking, like, just straight up you're looking at other Trigger.
Will this be Trigger's red line? Will anything ever be anyone's red line? No.
But if by red line, do you mean like their awesome one-shot movie?
Yes.
Or do you mean the thing that you go, hey, this was awesome and no one knows what you were talking about?
Both.
Because
I actually totally meant both.
Because red line is the best thing that you don't know exists.
I do know.
I'm not talking to you.
I seen it. You are talking to me. You're looking at me right now.
I'm talking to the ears.
Oh, you're talking to them.
Listening to this MP3
the people
file.
that are here, but they're not here. How odd.
Yeah. Promare looks great. I fucking love pastel colors like that, and it looks beautiful in motion.
I like it.
And it, there's moments where the CG is very clear and obvious, and like a vehicle rolls out of a garage that looks like it came out of Mega Man Legends.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes.
Oh, congrats! You found the version of CG in anime that I actually really dig.
Yes. More of that.
Took decades.
Make it blocky and dumb. I don't care, but the textures look fucking.
Don't you mean Mega Man Trigger? Am I right? Am I right, everybody? Hey, hey.
Stuck on the moon.
Dead forever.
So that's cool. We also got other trailers for other things, and you hinted at one earlier, so we might as well talk about it. Don't fall for their lies. Season 3 of Westworld is happening, and it does include Jesse Pinkman, and it is taking place in the real future world that we were promised, and you are getting to see all the sci-fi robots and magical vehicles and crazy futuristic things you wanted to see.
In Season 2.
And you're getting baited, but don't fall for it. Do not. Okay?
Just because this trailer looks really cool and future-y.
It might show you things that you think you will enjoy, but you will not. Or if you do, wait for confirmation. That's what I'll say.
Okay.
Wait, yellow, hard yellow.
You know what's great about Westworld Season 1?
You can
pretend that the rest of it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but here's the thing. What if Season 3 comes back and like is good, but has to fucking deal with
work around Season 2
Devil May Cry 2? What if this comes out and it's Westworld 3, Dolores' Awakening? What if?
What if?
Yeah.
Crazy!
Anyway, at the very minimum, you're seeing a bunch of interesting like you're like, I want to see this future world where like if
human life has weird value or not at all.
Well, because if the robots exist in a fucking amusement park for rich assholes, what's happening in the real world?
Is human society solved?
And they cut back to it a few times to show you a bunch of posh dinner parties and moments, but you don't really get a fleshed out version of it. Well, now you get to see a whole bunch, and I am fully waiting for.
I'm waiting for your review.
You will not get it.
Are you sure?
Because my review is pending based on the world telling me that it's worth even getting into. Because, quite frankly,
I'm here's the problem,
abstaining until hard confirms.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
Because we're now, I don't know, I feel like Game of Thrones' misery awakened something in you. Because you've changed.
Oh, no, I've been out of Westworld.
No.
And you knew that.
No. I've said, no, your attitude out there has changed, and I like it.
How so?
I think Paige coined the term "awakened Wooly" on Twitter.
Okay.
You're out there, you're arguing with people about the show they like sucks, all this. People are gonna tell you this is good. They're gonna tell you that it's really good, and that you should get into it because they want to see your misery later because it's entertaining to them. Be careful. You're going to get swarmed with people telling you that it's really good. That it's really, really, really good. And that you should watch it. Because they totally fixed it and that it's super awesome.
See, Game of Thrones is in a different category from almost every other thing because I've been there the whole time and I know. And whatever the fuck you're coming at me with, I am super confident about what I'm about to say. You know, when it comes to how this is falling apart, because I've watched it happen so slowly.
Yeah.
And if I'm very interested in hearing them, and like, it's not a lot of, there's not many topics where I'll be like, I am willing to reply to just about anybody publicly to talk about this thing.
Yeah.
But this is one where I'm like, no, it's been such a slow train rolling for 8 years that if you have some sort of possible excuse that I haven't thought of, I'm open to hearing it because chances are it's dumb and wrong.
Yes.
And if it's
see
if I'm dumb and wrong, then I will absolutely be like, nope.
This intensity,
blow me up.
This intensity,
right?
This fervor, this passion, this is new.
I'm putting a target on my chest.
This is all new.
You can fucking hit it. You can come at it for that topic because I really want to know, is it this bad? Or am I not thinking about it from a different way? Enlighten me. Find another way to explain this thing that makes it seem better. Okay, now find the version of it that wasn't shut down by the directors telling you how dumb it was the moment the season ended.
No, don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. They just made it.
Like, you've got a cool fan theory that you came up with to make it work? Fine, that's great. How about the part where the credits rolled and then the directors came and said, nah, it's not that. It really was as dumb as we said, though.
I want to take a little side tangent here. Are you familiar with the phrase, the indoctrination theory?
Go on.
When Mass Effect 3's ending was really bad,
yep,
people came up with this frankly genius theory that played with events and described how that you had been influenced and that maybe the things that you were seeing weren't happening the way you think they were, and how certain events might have been fictional but your character was losing it.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually did a really good job dealing with like certain plot inconsistencies, and it even went down to the thing where how come in the whole series the good option is always blue and the bad option is always red, but in the ending they seem to be flipped? Is it because you're gone crazy, like because you're indoctrinated? Right? It was fascinating. Right up until a developer from BioWare went, "Oh yeah, that's not true. We didn't totally say that." It's like, shut up!
Of course.
Shut up! It was such an interesting way to view the story. It doesn't have to be real. It doesn't have to actually be the case. Squall's dead is the other one.
Okay, I remember that, and I always kind of thought that was dumb, but
it is, but it's an interesting way,
because it's a single moment with a weird picture that everyone goes off of.
The point isn't that you replace it. It's the way. It's that it's an interesting way to take the story.
Certainly, but it also feeds into the idea of like, if you like going into this brain candy like world of like unintended interpretations.
Sure,
you know. And I remember, here's the thing: they actually had that in this season where someone had a really comprehensive thread called "The Night King is not an idiot" theory.
Yes.
In which they went into like a breakdown of like what actually was likely going to happen, despite your thoughts that it was going to be a huge train wreck. Like, no, it was going to come back around. And now that it's played out in not that way,
you go, well, now the theory might as well be titled "The Night King is an idiot."
Because holy shit, this would have been so much better. Despite at the moment going like, that seems convoluted, but okay. And now I'm dying, begging, praying and hoping and wishing we got that version of events. I also remember when The Matrix Reloaded came out.
Yeah, there was one there.
Everyone was super confused about what was going down because Revolutions hadn't come out yet. And there was, because of how that ended, right? Spoiler alert for a fucking billion-year-old movie, but Neo uses his powers in real life. And everyone goes, right? What? And then this gigantic, I mean, like
an essay,
like a short novel was written by somebody who put forth the one Matrix within a Matrix theory.
Sure.
That, unlike all the others, actually had lots of things to back it up and managed to work it in a way where I'm like, I hate all of these Matrix within a Matrix theories, but this one really actually kind of got me. And then the sequel came out and fucking just shot all over it, and that was the end of that. But like, and then you're left with this thing where like the person who wrote this theory thought more about all of this than the actual creators ever did.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones is now firmly in that category where the deconstructions, like I can't, like God bless, like when the Mahler video comes out for this whole thing or whatever, how many hours is it going to be beyond the actual length of the content itself? Mm-hmm. You know,
I want to take an example here. You know what happens, and I'm not going to spoil it. Relax. You know what happens and what the big story reveals in Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain are.
Sure.
Do you remember that a couple months before Phantom Pain's release, there was a wild-ass theory about the ending of Ground Zeroes and camera placement in the helicopter during the ending of Ground Zeroes?
Yeah.
That totally actually called the whole game.
Yeah.
Way before it came out.
Yeah. And it sounded like the wildest, most
how
insane
absurd
thing.
It was.
Yeah.
And that guy totally got it.
Pegged Kojima to the wall with it.
And the funniest thing about that is I don't remember. There was an interview Kojima gave, I want to say 8 years ago, like around MGS2, where he is the kind of guy that goes out there and reads this shit. He has people translate it for him if he can't read it, and he reads it.
Yes.
And if people get too close,
he swerves it.
He changes it.
Yes. George R. R. Martin talked about the exact same thing.
But this timing, the game was done. And when this came out, but I fully believe that if that had come out right after Ground Zeroes, right, that shit would have changed to something else.
That always bothered me because just because someone guessed it doesn't mean that it's bad.
No, it doesn't. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, but I mean, the attitude to have of like no one can guess.
No, that's ridiculous.
Is like, okay, but now just
I look at the one Matrix theory that you're talking about. I remember seeing it.
Yeah.
Right, and the indoctrination theory, and I'm like, these people put a lot of work into this. In some cases, they put more work into it than the people who wrote these fucking stories.
Yeah.
They're not to often be discounted. Like BioWare Man about indoctrination. Shrug and say, I don't know. Great. Now everyone gets to be happy.
Right.
They can think that the work is secretly genius.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
Like, don't
even
ruin
though
it. There's no reason to ruin it.
Which is why all of these director interviews hit the credits
are the worst thing ever.
They literally lock in the stupidity by saying that the characters forgot things or they hoped the audience would forget things.
That's so stupid.
You know. Also, that doesn't include all fan theories. Because there are certain people that need to be pointed at and laughed at. Including anybody who's talking about fucking Sans and who his real identity might be. Or
yeah, you know what?
Or Bran is the Night King.
You know what? The people who literally keep me up at night going, but what if Sans was Ness? Are weirdos.
Stop it.
Stop that, please.
Stop. Lastly, let's just take a look over here and see that if we're not falling for Westworld, things are going all right. But I've been wondering what's been going on with this. But hard confirmed. We got the Mortal Kombat reboot is scheduled for 2021.
Yeah.
So that's going down.
The ending of that game is basically I don't know if you beat it yet, but Ed Boon walks out of a time portal and says, "We're gonna reboot this. Scorpion's gonna be in it. Don't worry, but it's gonna be a reboot."
Yeah. I just the moment I heard about Chronica and the
time shit,
I was like, oh boy, oh jeez,
big boots.
But yeah, so that's about 2 years from now. So, and I mean, quite frankly, it's Mortal Kombat. Like, we had the live action series and we had the other live action series, but there hasn't been an actual film since Armageddon, right? So there's still some love in people's hearts for that techno song.
There are people who don't know anything about Mortal Kombat other than that techno song rocks.
Well, if like Smosh built an empire on it, didn't they?
Is that what they did?
Yeah. I want to say like one of their first videos ever was them doing the live action, the thing where they're voicing Mortal Kombat, or they're doing like the silly dance video.
I don't know, man.
Okay, well,
There's too much internet to know.
is there too much, or is there not enough?
If you guys find any cool internet, you can send it my way.
Or you can send it to
castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com for all your cool internet needs. That's a really good segue.
There
You
you
did
go.
a good job.
We got one coming in. Oh, okay. We got a bulky idea coming in here.
A bulky
idea.
Okay.
Yeah, coming in from Kev Amati.
Hey, man. What up, Kev?
Style synergy,
All right.
an alternative to style switching,
Okay.
by Kev Amati. DMC5 is the first game in this series that I've really gotten into. The only other one I've bothered to finish was the reboot. Don't judge me. Definitive edition. I'm going for a platinum trophy, and I figured out the game to the point of being able to consistently complete Bloody Palace with Nero, as well as S-rank all of Nero and Via's missions on all difficulties,
all right, well, he's better than us.
including Hell in Hell.
All right.
Dante, however, is still a process, and I agree because I have. There's a reason why I like Nero much more, but anyway.
Yeah.
I know a lot of DMC players are attached to his style switching mechanic, but I honestly think his layout could be more intuitive. I thought up a control scheme that might bypass the need for style switching altogether, and I'd like to get your honest opinion out of it.
All right, let's hear it.
First off, I'd move weapon swapping to the D-pad, up and down to cycle back and forth through the guns, left and right to cycle through the melee weapons. I'd choose change gun. I'd switch change gun button to the trickster action, and the change sword button to royal guard action. The style action button would be relegated exclusively to the swordmaster action, and the gun button would become sort of a gunslinger modifier. While holding this button, melee would fire your gun, and your swordmaster action would become your gunslinger action.
So, I understand why that would be really helpful at a high level, but that is incomprehensible at a low level.
I agree.
Yeah,
as some of Dante's tech involves holding the gun button while continuing to melee, this could be utilized simply by releasing Gunslinger button before you release the melee Swordmaster button, thus causing his gun to charge and or fire in the background until Gunslinger button plus melee Swordmaster is pressed again. So you have a toggle more or less in place there. If you press Gunslinger button while already charging sword formation, round trips, or electric Cerberus, those moves would charge in the background until the button is released and or Swordmaster is pressed again. The system would allow for added functionality of being able to charge round trips, and electric Cerberus formation would lose absolutely no function whatsoever. You'd simply no longer have to switch styles to access different properties. It would default to Royal Guard and then simply act accordingly. Whenever you melee, hold the Gunslinger button like Air Hike, Air Trick, etc. Granted, some of these changes might seem impractical using the default control scheme, but keep in mind the controls in DMC5 are customizable. Pretty stoked about this particular brainstorming session, and I hope you can judge it on merits with eyes unclouded by attachment to convoluted control schemes.
There's merit here.
The D-pad change in particular, like that catches my attention.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that there could be more done to the styles to be able to switch to them within themselves without having to rely on the D-pad. I think that, like, I do dig the idea of being able to, like, how do I put this, like, hold square to do like gunslinger actions or something. I worry that the any variation of these right now is like DMC's already pretty rough to get into.
Dante is already a mountain to climb.
Not even having a control scheme that is even, because like, so the default controls for all three characters are not all the best. Like we make some changes to Nero, I don't make any changes to Dante, and I make some changes to V, right? But it does matter that they all have the same basic functions on all the same buttons so that you can internalize that this means attack and this means that. And when you get more comfortable, you switch them around, right? Having Dante have his entire kit reworked around this and have all of his buttons in different places. If he was the only character in a game, I could see it working. Having multiple, I don't know. It seems like a lot for a new player, which unfortunately you do have to consider when you're making a game like this.
Yeah, that's exactly it, in the sense that like it really turns that already steep mountain into a wall for anyone brand new. But I also agree with the idea that there's things about Dante that just don't click with me in the way that they do with Nero.
Having to optimally claw the with your finger and hand the styles sucks. He has too many functions for your fingers.
Having to let go of movement in order to switch styles.
No, that's why you claw it.
Yeah, it's unfun.
Do you want to claw it
in those moments?
You don't want to claw it, do you? 'Cause clawing sucks.
There possibly is a better way than having that circle button just take all the weight. The circle button, in terms of like
for Dante, it's a lot.
It's so much weight on one button, and
do you know why? You know why they put it there and why that's smart? Mm-hmm. Because the circle button is one of the only buttons you can hit on the PlayStation controller with the knuckle of your thumb
while pressing everything
else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, for me, I can't hit square. Can't. Like my finger's not long enough. But I can easily hit X, and I can much more easily hit triangle, which is attack, which is the most important one. Like,
weapon cycling on the D-pad. Again, it's like D-pad is always such a finicky thing to think about, because the moment you have to let go of that goddamn movement, stick, like, it gets squirrely. Would I prefer styles up on the shoulders and then D-pad for cycling? It would make cycling a little bit more logical to me. I don't know if it would improve my gameplay with him at all. I'd be willing to experiment with some of those ideas, like Gunslinger, for example, being a modifier on the square button.
Yeah,
you're right. I'd be willing to experiment with that.
Well, at the end of the day, I'll be very honest. I don't like Dante's style function. I wish he had more of his moves just built into his kit. And I would gladly lose moves if I had the ability to do all of them at the same time.
I think
and that's what Nero is.
Yes. And the thing is and Dante does have the ability to do them all at the same time. Well, however, the divide is kind of based on the idea that like it takes skill to do that, right?
Yeah.
And remember, originally Dante would pick one of those.
Yeah.
And that would be
do the mission.
And you're on it, and that's what you're stuck with.
Yeah.
His style and the ability to maintain high rankings with him got attached to your skill being good with all three.
Yeah.
Even though people kind of just switch between Trickster and Swordmaster.
And this discussion that we're talking about is why some people prefer Nero, like you and I both prefer Nero, and other people prefer Dante, where Dante has way more mechanical complexity, but I don't think that he feels as good to play for me. I like the fact that Nero is... How do I put this? Yes, you can do everything with a touch of a button with Dante, but a lot of the things that he does are one layer away from you. They're one extra press. And that seems like a trivial concern, but DMC is fast, and an extra press with a different hand is actually a lot sometimes. Mm-hmm. With Nero, I never have to move my hands from where they're supposed to be, and I can do everything that he needs to do whenever I want to do it.
There's a level of this, and it's also just me not having the mastery over it, but I also feel like I don't have control over my full surroundings in a small way. I don't, when I'm Dante, there's so many moments of me going into a sequence and then going, oh fuck, get back on him, right?
Yeah.
Trickster over to him. Whatever.
Nero has a lot more integrated control over where he is and where enemies are.
Yes, and the positioning of switching who you want to lock onto, and then snatching and whatever. I keep talking about snatch because it's I
don't like to go back to not having snatch.
It's just I can't overstate how much better it makes the game feel.
Now remember, you're listening to a podcast staffed by two huge Nero fanboys who, when played DMC4, went, yeah, okay, Dante can go.
He has a command grab button.
Right.
Like, come on. But yeah, no, it really just did shake down to something where I was like, oh my god, it's a core moveset. It's simplified, but it's all essentials, right? You gave it, like, Nero felt more like Ryu in a game where I thought Dante was Ryu.
Yeah.
You know?
No, Dante's Akuma.
And he's also Gen.
Yeah.
You know,
Genkuma.
And Zeku,
Yeah.
like you're the stance switching and stuff is like it's totally fine and it works, but there's definitely moments of like crowd control kind of getting away from me in certain areas where like I want to stay on somebody and I want to just quickly.
I feel like the argument between Dante and Nero and occasionally Virgil is going to continue forever. And while I appreciate the variety V brought, I don't see a lot of people talking the way that about V.
And he
just doesn't have as much there.
Sure, that's fine. But but the thing is that the important thing to note though is that it's more than just a Nero bias, which it surely most absolutely is.
Yes. Yes.
Because I don't have any problems with Virgil.
Yeah.
And my Virgil bias aside, which got like I don't know,
big bias.
I don't know if that's even possible, but I'm gonna try.
Yeah, the difference is that Virgil has one style,
and it's
a good
got
style.
all the things you need in it.
Yeah,
and God bless, Trick is going to be there for you every time.
Yeah.
I feel like the fact that I'm coming off of Trickster so much with Dante to come back to it for a moment, to catch up.
It's awkward.
I don't like that. I really hate the fact that I have to come off of Trickster.
Because I like to stay in Swordmaster because you get so many moves.
Excuse me, but like I fucking never sit on Trickster ever.
But I have to keep changing to Trickster because I want to get over there or I want to teleport.
But that's the only reason to go back to it.
Yeah, because that's what it's for.
So
my favorite version of Trickster's in 3. Because it's like, hey, do you want to change the way this game works? Here you go. Now the game works differently. You have a dodge button.
Yeah. Maybe it would be as simple as like having a gunslinger / swordmaster button and a trickster / royal guard button, right? Maybe it would be something like that where you have access to either or. It adds a level of complexity to it.
I'll tell you right now, you can totally combine trickster and royal guard into one button easily.
Neutral tilts.
Neutral is royal guard.
Tilts.
And it's omnidirectional.
Yeah.
Tilt is trickster.
Yeah.
Lock on with trickster. Lock on and back is trick.
Yeah.
Lock on and forward is royal guard parry. And then you have done.
You'd have to make use of back forward inputs as well.
Sure,
for
but whatever, you can totally
trick
do
up,
it.
trick down, and so on.
You don't even need to do all of them. Just the really important ones.
Yeah.
If you're in the air and you're locked on to a character that's on the air, you trick to them. If you're locked onto a character on the ground, you trick down.
I'm trying to very clearly avoid saying something like make Dante easier though, because it's like that's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the moments
I want to unify him so that I'm switching less.
I'm trying to think about the moments where I'm like, I want something, and like you said, yeah, it's a layer away from you. And it's not like it's not like pick the style, stick to it, get good at it, because like no, it's just a second. You have to input and then get to it. But it's that little second where I don't have to do it with the other character, you know? Yeah.
I agree.
Huge scrubs though.
Yeah.
Asterisk were huge scrubs. But shout outs to the word style synergy though. I'll give you that.
If you put weapon, okay, hold on.
I like what I came up with, but
if you remove styles, right, and integrate Royal Guard and Trickster on a circle, I think that's the easiest way to do it, right? And move weapon switching to the D-pad, right? Or Christ, you can put weapon switching to one trigger. You can have another trigger be the modifier.
Okay, so circle is now
Royal Guard Trickster.
Royal Trickster.
And right trigger
is
Swordmaster when you hit triangle, and left trigger. No, right trigger is still Swordmaster when you hit triangle, and Gunslinger when you hit square.
Sure, and left trigger
does weapon switch
in one direction.
Sure. And you can choose the direction.
One size.
And that frees the D-pad for anything you want to put on there.
Well, D-pad has to be actual weapon cycle.
Yeah, or weapon selection.
Okay, hold on a second. How do you? Because weapon wheels work in games that are not fucking mid-air combo.
Right.
you know what I mean? You can't do that. And you don't want to do the slow the game down to let you pick your weapon shit. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. That's not okay. So, okay. I have an idea. Possibly might be garbage, but hear me out.
Might be garbage. Let's
okay. Circle button, Royal Trickster.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Right? LT, Swordmaster / Gunslinger modifier.
Okay.
Right?
So instead of exceed, it's modifier.
Yep. And then your square and triangle buttons
are shooting
reflective,
stab.
reflective appropriately, right? You can let go and press as needed. RT is when neutral, cycles to your next.
Just keep going.
Whatever. Right, would cycle through your weapon.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if to make it gun or sword or whatever, but just it would be a cycle. Right. Yeah. D-pad up down is cycle guns. D-pad left right is cycle swords.
Yeah.
Hold RT and tap D-pad in one of its 8 directions to get straight to the thing that you want to get. So it's an instant weapon wheel. So if I hit hold RT and I hit upright, I go right to Cavalier.
Yeah.
Might be a bit much, but maybe. It's like a weapon wheel where you don't have to pause time for it. You just know where all 8 are. You know?
Maybe. Yeah, there's work to be done here. I definitely not say that our idea is the best or this guy's idea is the best.
But steps 1 and 2 of that feel like a more...
There is more work to be here. Mm-hmm. And it depends on whether or not the next game is Dante or the next game is Nero.
That's a more integrated Dante off the bat by having circle and then the modifier for your 2 attacks, right?
And that does take an idea from DMC, where you modified, but in that it modified your weapon, not your style.
I mean, God bless. You could even have, hold the modifier button and press circle to actually swap between like Royal Guard and Trickster if you wanted to lock that in place. But like,
yeah, you have all the Trickster shit as a circle
when you hold or don't hold
LB and it turns into all the blocks.
It could be that.
LT.
It could even be that. But here's the thing though. What about anything that is a passive buff by being in the style? Right.
Either include all of them or junk all of them.
Okay. Well,
don't care.
Sure.
You know, like,
it's food for thought. It's food for thought.
There's always room for improvement.
Yeah. Except for Nero.
Except for Nero, who's perfect. And then you're like, he's perfect. And then you beat the game and you're like, he's perfect.
he's even more perfecter. Yeah. Joe says...
Hey, Joe.
Botcher Damarung, which is a fucking great one. Hey, Willie, remember that time Bran literally wasn't in Game of Thrones when his whole storyline took a year off? Good times. I guess also those Dothraki forgot they were dead. They sure did, Joe. Shoutouts to Botcher Damarung. I like that.
I forget what it is. But there's a fiction. There's like a fictional zombie monster thing. That the deal is the reason why it's invincible is that it doesn't remember that it died. And that the way to kill it is to allow it to realize that it is in fact dead. Does that ring a bell?
That rings a huge bell. That super rings a bell.
Super cool idea.
Yes, that absolutely does ring a bell. I feel like I've heard something like that before. Yeah.
Bellower.
Okay.
It was Bellower in fucking Banner Saga.
That's exactly what it was.
Yes. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
You trick it into thinking it's dead.
Make it think so because it can't actually.
Because it can't actually die. Yeah, that's super good.
Nice. Yeah. We got one coming in from Ricardo. He says, they're wet and pulley.
Fuck that. That's bad. Don't like it.
With the petition to change Game of Thrones season ending reaching 1 million signatures. 1 million signatures.
So that's not going to go anywhere, but boy, that's a fucking real good pat on the back for a season well done, isn't it?
What is your opinion on people requesting a piece of work or art be changed? It's been happening a lot lately with public outcries for like The Last Jedi and the Sonic film, and for a while the 2012 petition to change the Mass Effect 3 ending. Are these examples of situations the same? Are they different when people ask you to redo a game series correctly?
I think it's. I actually think it's totally absurd to demand that they change it.
I think petitions to change content media is dumb. It's ridiculous.
Like just complain. Just say that it sucks.
If it sucks,
that's fine.
Yeah.
Right? There's only one. Mm-hmm. There's only one that I think is actually like telling the company they should change it is legitimate.
Okay.
And it was for Fallout 3 with Bethesda, because there is part of that ending that is so fucking stupid, and it is actually solvable with like a couple days work, no problem, that it is outrageous that they didn't. So, at the end of Fallout 3, that was a big fucking spoiler episode today. At the end of Fallout 3, you gotta go in the radiation room, and it'll kill you. And you gotta do it. It's a big deal. You gotta go in there, right? And you look at your companions and you go, can't send any of them to do it. They'll die. Even this guy who's a super mutant and this guy who's a ghoul were both 100% immune to radiation. And you talk to them and they go, I would never steal this moment from you.
Nice.
It's important. You got to do this for your life. And you go there, you fucking die.
Yeah.
And when they put out DLC that takes place after that, which necessitates your survival, it's way worse. It's the stupidest thing in the world. Because they did include, hey, Fox, you want to go in there and flip the switch? Yeah, got it. Problem solved. And people assumed...
Oh, no.
People assumed that the way to get to this DLC would be like, listen, you had to go get one of the guys who's immune to it so that your ending would have you live. So you could go on and do the DLC. Nope. They also added a version where you pass out and they go, you know, it's crazy. You totally survived the radiation poisoning. And then you go on and do your further DLC adventures.
Oh, God damn it.
And like,
your microwave hallway doesn't work unless he's the only one that can do it.
Who's there? Or whatever.
Come on.
It's so bad. It's so bad. So not only were people like, they called, hey, change this. So they were planning to change it later. But they changed it to be even dumber. Stupid. Real stupid.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like the problem with the petition is that that's the moment that you go from being critical of a thing where you're like, I thought this was bad,
yeah,
to now kind of being entitled and like weird about it.
Yeah.
Right? The moment you're like, no, I'm petitioning for someone besides the person who made it, step in and take it away from them because I want it to be different, right? Yeah. Like, in this case, who's daddy? Is it HBO? Is HBO daddy? Take it away from them. Or George, or anybody who's listening. And in some cases, imagine if you're doing that to someone who's like, let's say I'm self-publishing something, and you're like, anybody who can, take it away from the creator and make... It's weird. So Don't make a petition.
So I totally agree with you. And it does feel a little entitled. And it feels like, this is my story. You made it for me, or whatever, right? However... I try to be attentive to that feeling, because the Mass Effect 3 one in particular, which is where the word entitled became a dirty word, was, remember, followed by the developers of that game just fucking making shit up and being huge liars.
Okay.
Right? So, like, here's the thing, right? Am I entitled to a good ending? No, of course not. That's stupid. But you fucking pissed on me and told me it was raining to get me to buy it. You were... Casey Hudson, you told me that the ending was going to take everything into account and wasn't just going to be one of 3 different colored endings.
All right, marketing lies.
Totally was.
I mean, marketing lies.
So, am I entitled to a good ending? No. But I am entitled to what you told me I was actually buying.
I think, though, because what the fuck was that goddamn lie trailer game called again? What was it?
Lie trailer?
Yeah, the original lie trailer.
For what?
The original bullshot.
For what?
For that first-person shooter that was on PS3. Early. and it was like a military
Kill zone.
Kill zone, right? Like that thing is just completely not real.
Yeah.
Not even remotely.
It's the idea. Looking back on that, I feel so happy that I was so adamant and so loud about that shit is so fucking fake. You guys are idiots. Because that was the fakest shit in the world. And there are people going there, no, it's so real, dude. It's totally going to be the PlayStation 3 power. Oh, my God. So stupid.
There's something to be said for, like, the threshold at which a petition is like, warranted. To me is, hey, you're nickel and diming us on DLC, and that's garbage. Stop that.
Stop it.
Right? Things like that where you're actively doing something that's harming the audience because your medium is one that like requires additional pay-ins of some kind, you know. That's where the audience can be like, what the fuck, hey, stop, you know, doing this thing that's screwing us over or whatever. That makes it more called for. It's not quite as weird and not, I don't want to say whiny, but just like, nah, man, if someone writes a shitty story, you get to call it a shitty story. You get to break it apart, analyze it top to bottom.
You get to sift through the shit.
You get to suggest better endings. You get to do everything. But everybody signed this to make someone come along and force a better...
See, you know what what's... When I look at that...
You seem like such a fucking...
I can't imagine... I like to think, rather, that most of the people who sign that don't actually think that it's going to change or anything. But what they're doing is showing, look how many people, for real, willing enough to put their name to paper, are pissed off about how you fucked this up.
I mean, there's the White House thing where it was like, hey, if you get at least 25,000 signatures, then they have to respond to you at the very minimum.
Is that a thing?
That was, I don't know if it's still a thing. I don't think it's still a thing, but I think during at least the Obama administration, that
doesn't seem like a lot.
If you got 25,000 signatures to sign something
in a country of like 350 million people, that really does not seem like a whole lot of signatures.
Yeah, they had to. They got at least a reply. They had to at least reply to you, right? I feel as if there's just. Anyway, there's a fine line, and yes, a lot of the time it probably is just a matter of showing that, but couldn't you just make a thing that collected, like, it isn't like a petition says like it's change.org.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's not like
this shit sucks.org.
Yeah. So I feel weird about those, you know?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And I never signed them because I'm like that's stupid. Like it's not my thing. I'm not the creator here. It's not my job to find somebody to replace what I want.
You know what I do agree with, though? A petition to lock George R.R. Martin in a room until those books are out.
I don't know, man. He was getting real good at those trampoline games. And, like, him blowing those bubbles, there was some sick bubbles in his backyard. We saw him. He's killing it.
You know what's funny? Because we're talking about entitlement, so fuck it. Let's talk about it. I'll talk about it again. Fucking George R.R. Martin is an asshole.
Grimm? Right? What's wrong with Grimm?
Okay, Grimm comes out and says, I don't owe you people shit. I owe you the books that you went to the store and you bought and you got that book. Right? Mm-hmm. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Because when you write a story...
All right, sell me on this one.
You write a story, you write book one, right? And you say, here's book one. How many books are there going to be? I don't know. There's going to be a bunch, right? 5. I think there was 5 supposed to be originally.
Yeah.
6, 7, right?
Yeah.
Fucking Game of Thrones came out in like fucking 94, man. I was in elementary school when I read Game of Thrones.
And you care.
And I cared.
Whose fault is that? Pat,
no,
stop.
Hold on. No, wait. Let me finish,
okay.
Right?
All right. Okay.
Me buying the second book...
And it's a wild asshole thing to be like, yeah, it's your fault you care.
Me buying that second book is contingent on a fairly obvious agreement between the reader, the purchaser, and the author that stories have endings.
Well...
And to say, once you're rich...
That's an unwritten rule. Look behind you. Right over there. See that shelf?
Yeah.
Do you see the books on it?
I see a lot, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what they are?
Some of them. Which ones
The
are
white
you pointing
ones.
to?
The white ones on the right side of the middle shelf.
I can't see.
It's Vagabond.
Okay.
If you're at my angle, you could see it goes right up to 37.
Right.
Stops right there. Never gonna go past it.
Right.
Talked about it a couple times. He for whatever reason.
Give the money back.
For whatever reason, he can't. Right. There's just it's not gonna go any further than where it got to. I am heartbroken and sad and hurt that that's not going any further. I can't beat the man and tell him to draw me 38.
No, you
I
wouldn't
can't
do it.
I can't stand on a soapbox with a megaphone and go, fuck you, how dare you, you owe me volume 38. I can't be that person.
No.
And I can't even say that you promised me this and I didn't get it, and it basically comes down to how dare you. But if that's I don't want to make a straw man out of what you're saying. So detail it.
Here's the thing. I don't think I make the joke you should lock him in a room. No, that's obviously ridiculous, right? But it's George. You have been telling people explicitly that you will finish this story, and I don't believe you. Mm-hmm. And then you talk about how you don't owe that shit to anybody, right? The idea that a man who sold the rights to this story to HBO to become a shitzillionaire and is famous because of this doesn't owe all the people who raised him up.
Are you purchasing his books or are you purchasing his lies? What? Whatever he says at the end of the day, even if he was a piece of shit that just completely lied about everything he was doing in between books or whatever the fuck it was, at the end of the day, there is a basic level of this where product purchased is a book.
Yes.
And then and then outside of that is a social contract.
Yes, I purchased book 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books out of 7. I did not I did not purchase book 1 and I did not purchase book 2. I purchased book 1 of 7. Sorry, I purchased book 1 of 5, 2 of 5, 3 of 7, 4 of 7, and 5 of 7, and I only read the fucking first one because I was fucking freaked out back when Clash of Kings was out that he wasn't gonna fucking finish these books.
Is of 7 on the book? I'm just curious.
No,
are they printed on?
But it says A Song of Ice and Fire, and then at the end of each book goes to be continued.
Okay, but because the of 7 part, I mean,
right?
Because here's the thing, right? Quite obviously, the extreme version of this, where like I said, you soapbox and go, how dare you, you owe me, is bullshit and insane and wrong. You're too extreme. The other end of it, there is something shitty that is obvious about outright lying about what you're selling to people / about what they should expect from you, and then delivering something else, or quite simply deciding you're not interested, right? If everyone had to hold Kanye West to a candle over the ideas for what he said his albums would be over the years, he'd be fucking done. Right?
Good.
But
done.
But he always says his albums are going to become something, and then they completely turn into something else entirely, right? At the end of the day, he has never not swerved at least once or twice between what he says that's going to be or whatever. But so both extremes are wild and unacceptable, and somewhere in the middle obviously lies the believable compromise.
So I
tend to find that in the George R.R. Martin case, like I said, it's like Vagabond. It fucking sucks, man. But a creator can, in the end, do what they want.
Yeah, totally. And I can call them a fucking piece of shit.
Totally. That's okay. But you can't actually force them.
No, of course you can't actually force them. But every single time they open their mouth to talk at an event they got to be at because they're famous now because of the books you won't finish. Everyone in that crowd gets to go, shut the fuck up, go home, write your book.
Yeah. You can call out forever on that. That's sure.
And I genuinely think,
especially if they lie about what's happening and whatnot, then you can respond to that. I
genuinely think that if you write book 5, which apparently ends on a cliffhanger, and says, hey, get ready, the next day you go, hey, I'm writing book 6, and it comes out that you're totally have never written on book 6, that people who bought book 5 deserve their fucking money back, because that shit's a lie.
Because it's just there's a thing here that I feel very strongly principled on, which is the same with the change.org shit, where you are not entitled to your entertainment.
No, you're not.
Okay? And if this were the case, right, then every time you played a game on stream that you didn't finish, people could call you out for not finishing it and going, what the fuck are you doing streaming not the game that you started? Every time an LP...
Good thing I go out and say on stream, I might not finish anything.
Right. Or an LP with parts that didn't get to the ending, we would be 100% in the exact same seat.
I don't remember George R.R. Martin coming out before book 1 of Game of Thrones and going, I might not finish these, so be aware of that when you start reading them.
All that to say, sure, but does that one sentence, just out of curiosity, would a sentence like that in its own
absolve everything? Absolutely.
Absolutely absolve everything.
You know why? Because then most people would not bother to read that book. And that is the hidden assumption that you profit off of. Because if you came out and said, by the way, I don't really have an intention to keep writing this for 20 years, so if this really blows up, I'm just going to stop writing them.
Well, then
very few people are going to read those fucking books. Because they're not going to give a shit.
See, because... I don't like, do you, so every time you start a game in any capacity, do you always put that up front?
No, I have that as a general statement.
Okay.
For stream, I don't work on the same rules.
Because otherwise it'd be like, are you reporting for duty for fucking Minecraft or what? What are we doing here? Like, okay.
Right? And, like...
On a principled level.
Yeah.
There is an overall expectation that when you show up here, you are not guaranteed anything. You are not promised anything.
So if that's fair...
Is it possible that he might have said that somewhere or something to that effect?
Not before he started writing those fucking books.
No, but does the time limit matter?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there...
Once people buy in... Okay. To a lot, if people bought the season,
so if hold on. So if he said it now, I'm gonna play devil's advocate shit heel, because I actually want to follow this to its logical conclusion. If he said it now, it would not be good enough, is what you're saying.
No.
Okay.
Because then he would have to give everyone all their money back.
What if I could find an LP or a stream where you did not warn people that you would not be continuing it?
Then I would have to give them the money back that they paid me to do it, I guess. Except our business doesn't work like that.
But would they be entitled to call you out indefinitely in the same way you're mentioning right now until you did
Forever.
Okay. And you'd be subject to that.
But it's different because no one ever paid me to play a game.
But no. But I mean the thing you've mentioned about like the ability to call them out.
No, I am talking. No, it makes a big distinction. When I put money forward to buy something, I bought a piece of a story,
and in some cases there are donations towards a specific Twitch game.
But I don't though I am not beholden to those. Those are the Dr. Deathbed been kicking in $5 every week or some shit for fucking 2 years to play Dragon's Dogma.
It's an interesting thought because it
I appreciate it.
But it directly does. you better throw that in there. But it directly does parallel like what we do in this way, and we know because we scrape up against the feeling of like there are moments when you're like, oh man, like I know someone really wants me to get back to this thing or something, and you go, I don't want to get back to that thing.
If I said that I was gonna LP some fucking PS2 game that I needed a UK PS2 to get, so I needed $300 and took the $300 and then started the LP and then halfway through said, I don't know, this is kind of miserable, I'm not doing it anymore, I would owe those people their money back.
This is more like not that so much as it is not playing the sequel in a series, because we would have completed the games in a certain series up until a point.
No, it's not.
Because
this is one story.
These are multiple books.
This is one story. It says a Song of Ice and Fire
You are
on the
purchasing
cover.
Multiple books.
This, Wooly.
Come on.
This is absurd.
Come on.
This is one story.
Your products are under like literally different ISBNs.
So
each time.
So is every FF14 expansion. That's still one game.
Yeah. And I mean, in Telltale, like you can look up a Telltale piecemeal game in that way, but
So you're telling me?
No. I'm not saying it's not one story. It is. Okay, let me think about that.
I'm purchasing pieces of a story.
Yes, it is. Sorry. You're correct. You are correct. I don't want to phrase this in a way where it makes it seem like I'm saying that the sequels are not connected or something absurd like that.
Yeah,
that is a ridiculous. I'm not. What I am trying to do though is the way I'm thinking about it is that these are different books you're buying.
Yeah.
And you're buying different parts of
the whole.
The whole, and how much you're allowed to, how much the creator is beholden to the expectation that they're going to deliver that on social contract. And like I said, you can
also, he's straight up said, I'm going to finish them over and over and over and over and over.
Of course.
Which no one believes.
The more extreme versions of this, like I said, make it more clear. Like, the more someone says, this is what I'm going to do, I promise I'm going to do this and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like, if for some reason he just wakes up and says, fuck it, I'm out, I quit, I can't do it. Right?
To everyone, ever. I'm dead serious. Because that means he coasted on a lie for decades. That's insane to me. That part, that's a breaking point. Because we have to get to the extremes of the example to kind of feel it. That's impractical.
Because I feel, because like at that level where he's like, look, I didn't foresee this coming. I'm just not in a state that I'm capable of doing this anymore. It took more of a toll on me than I expected. So who knows? Who knows? There could be any myriad of reasons we can come up with.
Then he can go down as history's greatest fucking monster.
Yeah, that's fair.
And as a prolific liar who fleeced millions of people.
I mean, I don't know, like, how you feel about the vagabond story I've told you, but this is Miura basically going, sorry, you know? And it seems like the work was destroying him because he was putting so much into it. Mm-hmm. And, like, part of the reason why I loved it so much was because each volume surpassed the last one in a level of, like, insane amount of detail and what had to be obsessive.
I'm listening. I'm just checking something.
Yeah, it had to be an obsessive amount of effort put in. And ultimately, I guess I just look at that and I go like, there's nothing I can do or say in this situation except, God damn it, that fucking sucks. You know? But I don't feel that I should get my money back for volumes 1 to 37.
Let me ask you a question. The author of Vagabond, what's this guy's name?
Takehiko Inoue.
Inoue?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Inoue-san, did he spend most of his year gallivanting around to cons and fancy events and selling the rights to Vagabond to people?
Not quite.
Not quite. And when he described that the manga schedule, which everybody knows manga schedules are fucking brutal, right? It fucking got to him. People went probably like, that really sucks. But I hope you feel better.
But
right?
you do have to take it outside of the context. You do have to go into other things like what's the there's a type of God, I'm fucking bad at this because my memory is so shit, right? But to make this example work, you have to find something like him, like unrelated in a way, like him going to conventions or how he spends his time in that way.
Right. No. So here's the thing:
is not connected to
somebody in the chat said that that's irrelevant, and that is
what
true.
You think of him work. Because what if he writes the books in one night?
That is irrelevant to the specificity of the books coming out. It is not irrelevant to the level of my belief in the reason that he stopped writing it. Right? Mm-hmm. If George came out and said, this shit's really tearing me up, I just can't do it, I don't believe you, George. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the part that...
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
It's purely about my belief of the reason.
And again, there's a 1% chance that he can write it in one night. You don't know.
That's probably unlikely.
He could be doing coke off of hookers for 360 days a year.
Finish the book.
And then bam, half a week later he's done, right? You don't fucking know. But... there's a threshold point where it's like the difference between like I hate, well, there's three. There's one, there's this sucks. There's fuck you, you suck, you liar.
Yeah.
Which in the extreme examples is totally still within within your bounds of what you can say what the fuck you want about it, if you're especially someone who's gone all the way in, if you're like a hyper fan, right? Demanding your money back is the crossing point that I think is beyond the pale. I think getting your money back over that is absurd, especially if it's something like a book that you've read that you have in your.
No, here's the thing. I think that he should, if he was a good person. The example that I used, like getting funds to do a certain LP, I personally believe I would absolutely be beholden to give those people their money back, 100%. If I did not use it for whatever the fuck. I think that the same way about Kickstarters. If they use it for bullshit, they should have to give the money back.
I guess I would agree with that if you took the money from someone specifically to purchase the game that you were going to then play on the stream,
and then I just didn't,
and you just chose not to. 100%.
So
that is there's no gray there. The gray comes into the part where the book is not being written in like it's being written and sold to you in different chapters.
Yeah.
So that's where what you're paying for is either what you got or what's promised. Your money is not going towards how much of your purchase is going towards the promise versus what you're walking home with.
The question that is difficult, but I would argue that the answer, that a hyper reductionist view of that, in which you say none of the promise is what you spent money on, is ridiculous.
Fair.
Even if it's 99% and 1%.
Fair.
Right? Do I think it is likely or even reasonable or practical to give the money back? Absolutely not. That's totally absurd. No one will ever do that. It has more moved into like this thing of like where Inoue-san, right? First of all, I'm going out of my way to use the honorific because he seems nice. I don't know anything about him other than he wrote a manga that you like and stopped writing it for personal reasons, right? George is out there.
The product that was promised. That's pretty good.
George is out there. He's a character, right? And whatnot. And I feel like the actual discussion that I have is the level of sympathy towards people who don't finish their work and what their personal conduct means
based
to that,
on how you've been following the story.
Right? So, Vagabond, right?
Yep.
Personal reasons. Apparently the workload was just killing him. He's an overworker, that kind of person, something like that. Like, he puts too much in and doesn't sleep, that kind of thing. Like, killing him. Okay.
Perfectionist prime.
Right. So, I find that sympathetic, personally. And that sympathy is obviously going to change my perception of how mad I am at this person, right? As well as the fact that I don't read Vagabond.
Yeah.
Right? But I think that's pretty clear, right? With George, every step you take down a certain path evaporates some of that sympathy. And for me, and I'm sure a lot of other people, the day he sold the rights of the books to Game of Thrones, where it was going to get an ending, bad or not, and he became a fucking rich person, is when that sympathy ended. Because
the rights get to do whatever they want outside of his body, though.
What? No, I'm saying you got to be rich
off
of the promise. And you're rich now.
Okay.
So you have no financial worries in your life. You have so much time. Write the fucking book, George.
Okay. I see what this is. Because here's the thing. As you mentioned, even if it was 99% and 1%, right? As we all know, the truth is probably the unentertaining, boring, but more realistic compromise of somewhere in the middle, as opposed to the entertaining extremes.
Sure. Very entertaining.
What you're seeing here, though, is the difference between the money you're spending on the product that you're taking home and the equivalent of the album advance that an artist gets before they make their music, right?
Yeah, except it wasn't an album advance.
Or a book advance.
But it wasn't. It was an established, famous, big property that became that way in part due to the promise that he was then able to turn into big-ass money.
Are you specifically talking about the money that was for the TV show, by the way?
Yes, of course.
Because at the same time, like, if someone gets paid out for their idea on something, in some cases, someone gets paid out on an idea that's not even fully fleshed out, but they still get to reap the benefits of it. I mean, shit, All You Need Is Kill was a goddamn short story, like, nothing that, like, got turned into Day After Tomorrow.
Right.
No. That's not it. Whatever.
That's a different one.
Anyway, the Tom Cruise movie. So George R. R. Martin, what is he actually selling, right? And I'm sure the contracts and like tons of legalese defined that he was selling the rights to like what A Song of Ice and Fire is with these books.
Yeah, sure.
And his involvement and whatnot. But
I don't mean
there's a legal definition and a limit to what he's selling.
I don't mean to be rude, but who gives a fuck? No, seriously. What the?
I'm just turning a light on.
Oh, okay. No, who gives a fuck about the legalese definition of what fucking rights he sold to whatever? The man starts writing a book series and says it's gonna finish. As a result, he gets to be super rich and then maybe decides not to finish it. He should have his rich taken away then.
Because as a result of because the fact that you're bringing in the TV show here is kind of where I'm getting a little bit lost in the weeds, because now we're not even talking about the book you're buying anymore, though, right? And
no, I'm talking about.
And what
the
if the
story.
TV show? What if the TV show sucked and got
It
canceled?
does.
What if it sucked after season 1 and got canned, like in the fucking like a pilot out?
I would still feel the exact same way, because I've been talking about this for 9 years now. When the fucking show got announced, I was talking shit about George and how this was bullshit, that he had the audacity to fucking sign a TV deal when he hadn't fucking finished the book. And people back 9 years ago didn't think he was going to finish these fucking books.
I hear that, and it definitely makes sense that, like, blah. The connection between that bullshit and getting paid your money back for your purchases of the previous books.
We're already way past that.
Sorry, okay.
We're now at the point as to whether or not George is a fucking piece of shit. I believe that if this man is not actually writing the books, he is a massive con man piece of shit.
And if he's actually writing the books, but his process of gardening is just one where
then he just sucks ass.
If the creative process is slow going,
right?
And
also,
if these things just happen to take time.
Yeah. Also, I'm talking, by the way, there's for people who don't know me that well or new or whatever, haven't been paying attention to the lore, let's bring up, I'm a Half-Life fan and a Berserk fan too. Okay? I am so done. I am so fucking done with people giving you a story and saying, don't worry guys, we're gonna finish this, it's gonna be so awesome, and then just deciding, I don't really want to work on it. I'd rather play with my knives or Idolmaster or World of Warcraft or whatever.
that I will 100% back and blame the fact that a lot of the time the ending / conclusion is the part that the people making the deal are concerned with the least. The whole point is to sign new hotness and get it out and get it going, get everyone in and on board. In many cases, you're going to see a fucking whatever, whether it's a manga series that starts or like some fucking sitcom that has no idea where it's going to go or why it's going to last as long. Like, if the fucking Simpsons was the promise of some sort of complete arc.
No, it wasn't.
Or so, I'm saying it's not.
But do you know what was an explicit promise to this day? It's episode 3. They moved away from doing Half-Life 3, and they said, we're going to do episodes because we'll be able to get them out faster, and we're planning episode 1, 2, and 3. Episode 1 took like a year and a half. Episode 2 took even more. And they're like, don't worry, guys, working on it. That was bullshit.
Yeah.
That was fucking crap. And it is a joke now. The same way that, hey, look, a couple Berserk chapters came out a year. It's a fucking joke.
Ultimately, then, you can conclude by saying that the reasons why the next part of something doesn't come out are based on what those reasons are will determine whether or not you're a piece of shit or an asshole.
Yeah.
Right? The step beyond that, acknowledgement of you being shitty about what you're working on or not,
is out of the control of any reasonable person.
There we go. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because, like, hey, Gabe Newell, you're a bitch. You told us that fucking Half-Life Episode 3 was going to come out, and then you had the motherfucking audacity to get into the Clang Kickstarter video making a fucking crowbar going, these things take time. A game that also didn't come out, probably because you were in that fucking video and you cursed it. You lying motherfucker.
Just out of curiosity, is there any version of this where someone is actively working on something the whole time and for quality reasons, like restarting, scrapping, redoing, and whatnot, and it actually is them spending a ridiculous amount of time making the thing that you're okay with?
Totally. And that answer is...
whether or not you believe that they're making it.
Whether or not I believe that they're making it.
Okay.
And with Valve, I think the genuine opinion from the vast majority of people is Valve saw that single-player games aren't where the money is anymore, and they canceled it after, like, probably 3-4 years of fucking internal development, and then went, let's just never tell them that it's canceled. Like, my opinion would change dramatically, and my level of anger over Half-Life would change dramatically if they had the fucking balls to come out and say that they had canceled development on the game like 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Do you...
Like, if George came out right now, Game of Thrones, and said, yeah, fuck it, I'm going to retire, I'd still think he's a big piece of shit, but I wouldn't even be mad. I'd be like, wow, you fucking got us. Good job, dipshit.
Okay, do you remember, I want to say, I don't know how many years ago it was, but it was, I think you were talking about, like, the FF7 remake.
I was.
And I want to say we had a conversation where you just didn't think it existed. Slash were like...
this for a long time it didn't. And then I was, like, shocked that it was.
Okay, right? Do you remember that? And the circumstances around... Because it kind of, like... I'm trying to remember how that sort of came about, and it was something where it was like... you can only make calls based on how much information you're given publicly.
Right.
And then the rest is just brazen assumption.
Okay, you know what? I have now figured out how to perfectly explain my feeling. To me, all of this is about honesty, right? All I want from George is honesty, and also I guess I have to believe it, but right? So if he really is working on the books, and he dies tomorrow, and people find like a bunch of manuscripts in his house that he was clearly working on, you know what? I'm sorry, George, I was an asshole. However, if they find a bunch of bullshit, half-baked fucking shit on a legal paper going, whatever, area becomes the night, whatever, right? And it becomes clear that he was really half-assing it, he should have told everyone that he was half-assing it so that he would live in infamy until the day he died. Because that's what he deserved.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Right? Gabe Newell deserves to stand out in front of a crowd and be booed for canceling Half-Life Episode 3. And he deserves to be booed for lying about that forever. And that's why they don't come out and say, well, you know, as things take time, blah, 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 blah. And that, to me, is disgusting. Because you're living behind this, I just won't tell the truth. No one can be really mad at me. Maybe I did make it. Like, fuck off.
Allow me to epilogue that by saying that if Jay-Z was held to the same standard, and then they went to look at his material for what he was working on, they would find nothing because he's one take, all up here. He doesn't write down his bars.
See, that's smart.
So
that's smart.
It's
Jay-Z.
all off the dome.
That's real good.
He doesn't fucking, you know what I mean?
Well, you know what? Good.
And do you follow where the dots are going here?
I do.
Okay.
All right.
So the creative process.
That doesn't work for fucking... That does not work for games and books.
The creative process.
No, but it literally just doesn't.
Well, video games is fucking,
No one's got a fucking
novel
book in
up
here.
In the head?
That's stupid. The concept is laughable.
I bet you it exists.
I bet you that's bullshit if someone tells you that.
I bet you somewhere someone has that.
Yeah?
Someone has that maybe it was just a short story, but someone drafted the whole thing up,
bullshit,
sat down and fucking did it in one.
Well, good for that person, but George and Mura
Jay-Z has an album in his brain.
Sure he does. Sure he does.
He doesn't write it down. He's one take, no paper.
That's bullshit.
No paper.
So yeah, and so here's the thing, and here's why I
turn his fucking headphones up
because George because we can't know, right? We can't know. We're not going to break into his house and find the documents, right? He now currently lives in a state of pseudo-infamy in which people are begging him for the books while cursing him out in public for not finishing the books.
It's just the problem is that what you would consider evidence of might change depending on who or what the person's methods are, you know. In the same way that.
But then, you know, let's go back to fucking Half-Life. Mark Laidlaw leaves fucking Valve and goes, yeah, that shit's canceled forever ago. Here's what it was supposed to be. They're just not going to say it was canceled, right? That's hard confirmed in my eyes. So Gabe should live in infamy as the man who did a big lie and made everyone disappointed. Though I do appreciate his knife collection. It is very cool.
I'll say, beyond the honesty, you also want a transparency amount, which doesn't always exist with the creative process, depending on who's doing what.
So this
not everyone opens up on how they're making the sausage.
Totally. And it
which leaves you to speculate on whether or not Final Fantasy VII is being made at all, or, I don't know, Tekken Cross Street Fighter.
It becomes more complex because my inner shit bird wants to say, well, the more famous you are, the more responsibility you have.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does in here, in my chest. It obviously doesn't make sense in my head.
Clearly.
Right?
Thank you for acknowledging that.
But I don't know. It's in that vein of, hey, you sold all these tickets and then you canceled your concert, right? That's awful, right? Musical acts.
It's going those analogies, like it's still going into the realm of, because that's theft.
Yeah.
Right. That's theft because. Yes. You paid for this thing, and you were not given that thing.
That's right. So here's my proposal. I demand that everyone who writes a book ever again that takes more than one book has to sign a contract with the publisher or whatever, or the whatever. And in the front of the book, you can have one of two things. You can either have...
Yeah. What does it say? What does it say on the front of the book?
You say, this story is not guaranteed to be finished, and I indemnify myself against yada, yada, yada,
this book is pre-alpha.
Yeah, this book is pre-alpha.
Yeah. Demonstrates a work in progress.
Don't buy it if you demand to see the whole thing, because maybe it won't come out. Or... Yeah,
this book is in early access right now. A Song of Ice and Fire is...
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, your joke-ass analogy, I actually think is dead on.
This game.
This is an early access story.
Yeah. Until the final one is done.
It's early access.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he should have been more upfront about that. He sold an anthem.
And what's the other thing? What? Picture of his butthole on the fucking cover? No, or what do you
no. But if you don't finish it,
tar and feather?
You throw tomatoes at them.
Okay. Great.
And you boo them.
All right. It's been real.
I am so mad about Half-Life. I am so fucking mad. A game series that I don't even talk about because in the entire history of my fucking work in this industry, Half-Life hasn't been relevant. So why would I talk about it? Other than the fact that I'm, to this day, furious.
Vagabond makes me sadder and hurts me more than anything else in the realm of entertainment media.
Okay.
Right? The only things more are the things that are not entertainment that get into real life and actual shit.
I should mention, this is really important. This is a really important distinction because this is a mood filter on me.
Sure.
If Valve no longer existed, I would feel no anger, right? If that company went under, shrug. If George was broke, I'd feel bad for him. These things are not the case. These people are drowning in cash. And so my sympathy is at less than zero.
But you are someone who, when given no information or transparency about something, assumes that nothing's happening.
Well, yeah.
So like when you're talking about George gallivanting and stuff, if we look at like something like say the FF7 example or whatever else where there's just radio silence entirely, you assume that it's not happening at all.
Occasionally, but it depends on one core factor, and I'm looking up that factor right now.
All right, close it out with this.
Which is the release date of Dance of Dragons, which came out 8 years ago in July. So almost 8 years ago exactly.
At the start of the show.
Right. When did... what's the name of the book? Storm Swords?
Or A Feast for Crows, whichever one you were looking for. Game of Thrones was the first one, which was 1996.
Storm is 2000, so I'm going to guess Feast for Crows is the fourth one. Feast for Crows. Feast for Crows was 2005. Okay. So we get Game of Thrones in the early 90s. We get Clash of Kings in the late 90s or mid 90s. We get Storm 2000. We get Feast 2005. We get Dance in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's about 5 years each, right?
So is he adhering to his pace?
No, he's not. He's about to hit 8 years, which is almost double. When that happens is when I start to think that nothing exists. When the gap between announcement or scheduling or whatever is approaching like double what it usually is when I start to call bullshit. Or I start to ask for answers. Square Enix gave us an answer, and they said we had to fucking throw all of CyberConnect's shit out. So we had to start over. Okay, that makes sense. Hey, George, did you throw a whole book out? Because if you threw a whole book out, you should probably tell people, and people might ease off.
As we get into our final thoughts here, I would like to give you a warning about a new form of what you're describing where you might not even know it.
Oh, yeah?
But it could get worse. Well, actually, no, because you're a part of you know Berserk and you know how that's going down already.
I sure do.
If you want to look at dates, you can go look up JoJo and go look at how long each part was actively being run for.
Yeah.
And then look at JoJolion and see how long Part 8 has been running.
How long is it? You know what? It feels like a while.
You wanna do a quick Google on JoJolion and see when it started?
JoJolion.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like JoJolion has been out for a while. 2011. That's a while.
It's still not done.
Is it long, or do they take? Is there lots of breaks?
It's been going regularly.
Well, then what's the problem?
It's not over yet.
But what? No. This is a different thing.
It's monthly.
It's monthly?
Yes.
Does it hit its monthly?
As far as I know.
Then fine.
Okay.
Because Eric, he put out 7, and if he's hitting, there's no reason not to trust Eric. He's been doing it for decades.
If you get napkin scans, you're cool.
Are they napkins?
People haven't said that, but I remember
that's the Hunter
was where
that guy gets sick.
Yes, I know, and you were the one. Oh yeah. Now you stand there. Yeah. Now you stand on the side. Oh, but he was sick. You say now?
No. Hold on.
Really, bro?
Let's walk back the whole sentence we said.
All right.
You said even if you get napkin scans.
Yeah.
And I go, are they napkin scans?
Yeah.
And you go, no, but that's what you said. And I go, that's because he was sick, right? That doesn't make that art any less fucking laughable, right? I'm saying that I'm actually saying that if he was for real ill, like apparently he was, he should have not been drawing. He should have written it out or thought about it and drawn it when he felt more well. Because putting out fucking napkin scans is forever, and it's kind of embarrassing. And I will not point at those napkin scans for being fucking laughable. They are hilarious!
This has been a deep dive into the psyche of whatever the fuck you want to call that of a mind goblin. This is the anatomy of a mind goblin. I hope you've enjoyed. And
but yeah, I'm not worried about Jojo Leon.
Cool.
I am. If you're saying it's monthly and it's been going on for 7 years, though, I do think there's the possibility that it'll be done. Right? Do you think that's possible?
I don't know. I dropped off.
That Eriki's like, I'm old. I look young, but I'm old.
If he wanted to start a new part, he would have rushed an ending and done it already.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to say. But mangaka is kind of like a title for life. You know what I mean? Like, it really does feel sometimes like you just kind of like, this is what you do for the rest of your life now.
You know what? I also want to finish this off.
And in some cases, one story. Yeah. But.
Like, I think a lot of, like, I mentioned money and I talk about how George and Gabe are rich now.
Mm-hmm.
Mangaka don't really get that life, do they?
They get a steady income for as long as they hang in there.
That sucks. Araki should be a fucking superstar.
Okay, hold on a second, though. But when you get really famous, you get really good money. Yeah, Masashi Kishimoto was fucking rich.
Okay, so Araki's fucking living in a gold house?
Oh, the most popular mangaka are getting a steady income. And it's by steady, I mean very good.
Okay, good, then.
It's just, they're 9 to 5.
But it does annoy me when I see George get a shit zillion dollars for this thing. And it's like, I know that Araki is never going to get to be a super rich zillionaire, and I think he deserves a lot more.
No. Like, the mangaka whose names you know are getting paid. Okay. Make no mistake about it. Cool. So yeah, that marks the end of the spoilers. So you can now listen to.
Oh, I guess it does.
There you go. Feel free to tune in.